I was cleaning my, you can thank my husband for I'm here because I was cleaning my craft room and I looked and it was 10:30 and I said, oh, I have 15 more minutes because I've been chipping away at all day today. And then he comes in and he goes, aren't you supposed to be live? I said, yeah, at 10:45. He said, it's 10:48. So sorry, that time got away from me. Um, Fast AF. Anyway, let's see who's here. I think we're going to finish tonight. I wonder, I think, let me see. Jen Grill, Rozzy, Uncrimey, Lisa. Let's see who else we have. Margaret. I should make this a, oh, I'm not, I know I can't see because I'm not in the right thing to see. Hold on a moment. I'm not in the right, okay, it should be this one. Oh, you know what? Did I share this all out? I hope I did. I didn't share this out. Uh-oh. I'm just going to do it on Twitter and then I'll copy and paste it and put it in there later. Let me just do this real quick. That was really bad of me. It'll be 1 second, okay? Just bear with me. Don't get irritated AF at me. We're gonna try to have a craft night tomorrow night. I'm gonna try to have a craft night tomorrow night before we go on to Mackenzie content. I have a lot. I'm probably doing like the Rosie text tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do all the other remaining texts tomorrow. And then if there's still time, I'm gonna start going through investigative reports and different, there's a lot of really things in there. So don't break up with me. Don't go on a break with me after this. You just want me to finish this and go on a break with me. We're going to have issues. I'll have to pull up on your house with a baseball bat, break your windows. That's what she would say. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me just, I say copy, post. All right, let me just post this over here. And all the jail calls, volume 4 went out today. Volume 5 will be out tomorrow. I'm going to put all those files out, every single one of those 96 calls out for you guys. Because I don't know which ones we've heard, which ones we didn't hear. And I know there's ones that we didn't hear. People have already told me. And I don't know where they're show up because I just split them into blocks of 12. So that's what I did there. And I'm just sharing this out and I'll be done in 1 second. And I had tried to cut more pine cones today. I painted pine cones today. I want to put the wreath together tomorrow night during the craft too, and make a bunch of things. As I clean my craft room, I found so much stuff. Okay, got that. And then, which is the other thing? I want to put it on my other Facebook page. It's cold here in New York. It's very cold. It's like, it says 51 now, but it's cold. I wouldn't have been able to walk around the lake today without a winter coat, a hat, gloves, and without my ears freezing off. It's that kind of cold. It's just, my son Luke is like, oh, I'm fine in this. But my son Ethan, he's up at college, and he said, yeah, he's like, I'm in a lawsuit, sure, he's not doing it. All right, and I just have one more share, and that's on the page that I'm looking for, which is right here. Okay, and then we'll be ready to go, and we'll just start. I'll just say hello real quick to those I missed. It's cold in Michigan, Stacy. 44 degrees. I think that's probably what it is here. My computer's always off. I don't know why. Every time it gives me the temperature, it's completely off. Okay, so I did all my shares. See, thank you guys for giving me that time. Kathleen,
What's
MSL.
so fabulous about these is that they're clear on
I know we have an echo because now we don't have an echo anymore, right? Because I stopped her. Okay. So let me just go real fast and go there. So Jen, Razzie, Julie, Darla, MSL, Lisa, Kathleen, Uncrimey, Margaret, Nama Owens, and I called you Nana. Sorry, it's Nama Owens. I noticed that today that I called you, but I make a lot of mistakes on names sometimes. Mary Frances, hello there. Julie. Stacy, Jeffrey, Serenity. Okay, Kalamazoo. That's a fun name, Kalamazoo. All right, you ready to go? All right, let me make myself like a postage stamp. I'll go through the little spiel again. Mackenzie's green, Dominic's blue. I'll try to say their names before I say their text so that it's not confusing if you're just listening to it and not reading along. And I'm just going to say something because I don't know, okay, I will read the texts. Hi, Tia Marie. And the only things I don't read if they say the words like I just don't read it if they take the Lord's name in vain. If they say any of the GD, and I'll skip over that. Maybe you've noticed that and you're like, oh, is she reading that? Because some people are like, you're not really reading it. No, that I will skip over because I don't say that. So I just skip over when they do that. Other than that, I read it. I don't curse, so it'll be, like effing. I'm not going to do, I just don't. So it's just, that's how we do it here. So anyway, hi, Lex Luthor, just in case you're wondering about that. And so it's Kenzie in green, Dominic in blue. We are on page, that's not correct. Because we're on page 30,000 something. That's not correct. How did we get shoved back there? We're on page like 30,200. What are we? 30,100? Well, guys, what are we on? What page were we on? We were on 31,000, right? 31,100 last night. Hold on. How did we get shoved back there? Hold on a minute. I think we were on like 31,116. Bottom lot. No, Kenzie. Oh, that coming right when I wake up. We got that one. I'm putting in work 5 hours. I think we were like, oh, you want to know my plan on how I'm going to react differently? That was that whole freaking thing last night, right? De-escalate. Does anybody remember what page we were on? We had like 5, but does anybody remember the exact? I used to have people that used to like just remember the exact Let me just look, because I don't want to mess this up. We've come this far, freak. Let's, no, I don't want somebody to say, you actually missed that. How can you remember that? I just think we were, but I don't know, Sereni. I'm probably wrong, okay? Sometimes I'm real good with numbers, remembering numbers, and sometimes not so much. But we've come this far. Let's do it right. We're going to finish it off tonight in a grand finale. Let's do it right, for crying out loud. Okay. Content. Let me just look at, I'll just go to what we were last night and see it. Be crappy to screw it up on the last night, right? Okay, let me see. I don't want the ad's got to play for like 3 seconds. Okay. Go all the way to the end. 31,155. 155. Okay. I don't think I went past that. Let me see. Did I? Nope, that's where we ended. I'm talking about pine cones, so that's where we are. All right, let me get back on the screen with you guys. Hi, Bucky Ann. Hi, Lex Luthor. Did I say that? Okay, ready? Let's go. Is my sound all right? My sound all right? There's no echo? I should have asked you that a long time ago. Sounds okay? Let me have a little more coffee for you. Just let me know. Just let me know. And if anybody wants to come on the craft panel tomorrow night, come on up and play with us. Sounds great. Okay, good. All right, here we go. So I'm going to start here on this one. This is Kenzie. The only way we will know if you are listening is the next time something happens. If you wanted me to work this out, you would let me in to talk. I want to be here so I can eat. I don't eat when I'm at home. I've been literally up all night and morning trying to fix this, and you do not care at all. You feel unheard. Think about me. I've told you I can show you how I feel. Excuse me. I told you I can show you that how you feel matters, but you need to do the same for me. And Dom says, look, go home. We'll talk about it later. She says, I'm just not gonna eat. And he says, this isn't working right now. Just talk to me later. She says, I don't trust that you will let me talk later. Timer, tomorrow is the 4th of July. She says, I want to do stuff together tomorrow. He says, just think about the questions I want you to answer. Come back and make sure they good. I do too. So think about this. She says, Dom, I have answered many times. She says, no matter what I say, it's not going to be good enough for you. I've told you how I will fix this in the future, and if that's not enough, nothing will be. What time later are we talking? He says, when you can answer my 3 questions thoroughly. Then he says, the more you dance around it or blame me, she says, it's not happening. He says, the more I'm going to want, the more I'm going to want. She says, I already have. He says, nope, I got half an answer at a time and coached you through it. I need you to actually think about this. And Kenzie says, if we can just talk about this civilized, we can solve so much more. We both care and we both want to work this out. So I'm not sure why you're trying to do this. Dom says, you want to work it out? Answer my questions. It's been 16 hours since I asked you. She says, "Hey, Just Pepper, I missed you yesterday. I didn't see you yesterday." She says, "Bring out my avocado oil." Bring out my avocado oil. He says, "And I have gotten one good answer." She says, "So you don't want to work it out?" He says, "If I didn't, I would have just let it ended yesterday." She says, "I'm leaving. Good to know how you feel." He says, "Okay, leave, Kenzie. If you want to work this out, answer my questions. If not, go about your life, I guess." Hi, four fireflies. She says, "You just said you don't want that to work out." He said, "No, I didn't." Hi, Abuelita's Journey. She says, "You said you want it to work out?" She says, "Yes, I said we both do, and you said you want it to work out." He said, "If you want to work it out, answer my questions. If you don't, I guess you don't want to." She says, "I don't think so." He says, "What you're not getting is typing in and she says, "What you're not getting is typing in caps helping?" She says, "What you're doing is wrong. You're leaving it up to me, not telling me specific things. I can fix this if you give me specific things." Dom says, "No, it's not, Kenzie. You need to show me you have these skills to be around me." Kenzie says, "If you do that, I can address them properly." I know you said it a million times. Why is my avocado oil bottle outside yet? He says, "You don't have the skills to reflect, then don't be with me or learn them ASAP." She says, "I am trying. That's why I'm not walking away. And why I'm asking you to tell me one last time so I can answer properly." She says, "If you can't do that, that means you don't want this to work. Please tell me what they are one last time so I can answer properly. I would hope I matter enough to you for you to answer." He says, "No, your problem now. It's been 17 hours. I can't even count how many times I told you." You feel unheard. I feel unheard. 3 questions. 3. Only 3. 3. 3. Leave my car door open or do one more thing. I'm telling your mom. You let dudes F your feet. She says, "Threaten me again, and you know exactly what I will do." He says, "Cool. So we have an agreement." She says, "No, we don't." She says, "The threatening and blackmailing will stop if you want this to work. When are we going to talk or are we not?" He says, "We can talk." He said, "I expect too much of you. You're a lot younger than me." She says, "I have high expectations for you." To situation. That's something that we're going to have to deal with from each other our whole entire life. If you care enough, you will navigate through those things and it will be fixed. Do you actually want to work this out? Earlier, you told me you were not interested in working it out, and I don't want to go through all this for nothing. This is all Kenzie. I need to know where your heart is. Dom says, "I want to be with you if it will work. If it is better for both of us to separate, then I'm okay with that too." And this is July 3rd, 2022. But yeah, but yes, no, but yeah, we can definitely work something out. She says, "The only way it's going to work is if we work through our problems as they're happening. And it's also not okay to be threatening any of my family members. That is probably the worst thing that happened during this all. He says, well, I got mad. I thought you kept leaving my car door open to make me mad. She says, I apologized for that already and said it was an accident. Then she says, even if it was on purpose, leaving the car door open shouldn't make you mad to the point where you would try to sue my family. He says, I'm glad I came out a little adter. I'm glad I came out a little, I think he means later. If some bees or something got in my car, they F it up. She says, he says, I was just mad. She says, you need to follow your own advice and hit the brakes when you feel that coming, because what you did was not okay. Kenzie says, this is not supposed to be mean, by the way. He says, hey, it's not as bad as threatening to snitch on me. That's one of the lowest things you can do. She says, I will stop doing that. She says, I will stop doing that. Again. Then she says, sometimes that's the only thing I can say to make you hear what I'm saying. He says, why can't you just not do that? She says, I'm going to take time to stop. If I'm hurt, I won't have to go there, but I'm going to try to stop regardless. She won't have to go there. Did you hear her? Hi, 61. Hi, Shanta. She says, I think we need to talk in person. We can go get ice cream at the shake shop, watch Stranger Things after we talk. He says, I probably won't want to eat ice cream. You definitely gotta not say some out of pocket like the cops shite. She says, and you can't threaten my mom. That's also extremely out of pocket. She does a lot for you. He says, well, the car door thing ticked me off. And I really didn't even think of it being a threat at the time. She says, it wasn't that hurt my mom's feelings to you, didn't just hurt you, hurt my mom. What? It wasn't, she said, Kenzie says, it wasn't that hurt my mom's feelings to you, didn't just hurt me, you hurt my mom. What? She says, so are we going to try to talk in person again? He says, I'm sorry I threatened your mom. And I'm sorry I said a lot of those things when you were here earlier. She says, I'm sorry you feel unheard. I will try to make you feel more heard. Then she says, I'm also sorry I didn't leave when you told me to. But when you lock me out, that hurts my feelings because I thought I was always welcome. He says, I need you to be able to work with me and trust what I know. When I want you to do things and talk to me about it, it's not because I'm being a D and trying to give you a hard time. It's because I want it to be easier for both of us. Kenzie says, well, I feel like you rub my face and all this and just drag the problem when I have tried so hard to fix it. She says, I always would rather communicate and work the problem out than argue with you. He says, I don't rub your face in it. I just feel like you don't understand me. And when I say, do these 3 things and you don't, it makes me think you didn't listen to anything I said. She says, I understand to the best I can. That's just not how I handle my problems, and you have to trust me like I trusted you. Do you want me to come over and we can watch Stranger Things? Question marks. He says, well, That's why I tried to ask you first, but that didn't work. And she says, you tried to ask me what first? Do you want me to come over and we can talk more? Question mark. He says, what you think we could do differently. She says, instead of starting an argument, we can both listen to while we both feel hurt or unheard. He says, I was just responding to this. And he said, I don't know if I want to talk right now. She says, we don't even need to talk. We could just watch Stranger Things. She says, and it's already getting kind of late. And the 4th of July is tomorrow. And he says, okay, I'm next door. After I go back, we can do that. She says, when? He says, I don't know exactly. Maybe 8:30ish. She says, can I come now? Question mark. He says, yeah, you can come. She says, okay, bet. Then she says, or just like me out, I think she means just like me out, I can go home. Lock. I'm going to leave. At the door doesn't like within 5 minutes. Where are you at? She says. Now this is the 4th. He says, I went next door. You want to come over? She says, who's there? And she's sending him TikToks. She says, I have you on a video hitting my car window. Okay, so I guess that was the 4th. They spent the 4th and the 5th together. I don't have text for we do have a couple of things in the 5th, but she sent him some TikToks. On the 6th of July, the text is from Kenzie, and she says, I have you on video hitting my car window. And then she says, by the time I'm back at your house, you better have thought about what you did wrong, because there's no way to have a relationship. And you are clearly have not followed any of your word on seeing how you're going to prevent us from arguing. And Dom says, you are instigating. And he says, don't come back for a while. And she says, no, I'm allowed to ask you, why are you ignoring me and treating me a certain way? That is not instigating. And then she says, you seriously need to work on your communication skills. It's actually so sad. I don't know what happened to you. Dom says, locking my shite in your car, then backing out in front of me while looking at me is instigating. She says, actually, never mind. You haven't smoked any weed yet today, so that's probably why you're being so mean. Then she said, I didn't lock any of your shite in the car. I was trying to give it to you. And you're telling me you hitting my window, trying to break it, isn't instigating? Do I need to send you the video? He says, no, you wouldn't open it. Send it. I don't give an F, he says. She says, are you just hungry or something? She says, like, I'm actually confused, like you always start these arguments. And I just ask you while you're being mean to me, and then you just turn it into a big argument. Answer. And then she says, and actually need to talk to you when I'm over there now. He says, what? Over where now? She says, I'm coming over now. I'm on the way. I just had to talk to my mom for a second. Then she says, like, I'm being dead arse. Like, I'm not going to start an argument. And I hope you're not either. I just am now concerned. And he says, I'm not going to start an argument either. I'm definitely not trying to argue right now. Joe just came over, grabbed his keyboard real quick, and we smoked a J. So I'm definitely ain't trying to kill my high. She says, please don't be mad at me. Please. He says, what? She says, I don't want to tell you. She says, you're going to be mad. See, I didn't even know that. I thought she was still talking about the other thing. Now she's got something else. Tell me now, he says. She says, I broke glass. I figured, he said. She says, it was an accident. He says, what you break? She said, please don't be mad. Please. See, I just thought they were arguing, and like she's like, please don't be mad because they're arguing. He knew right away she did something. Let me just see what the time's on that. 1:15, oh, sorry. 1:15, 1:15. Oh, okay. It's like 5 hours after that she says that. Now I get it. Got it. So she's saying it was an accident. Please don't be mad. Please. He says, is it the table? She says, no. She says, the light thing. I'm sorry. He says, on the cap? She says, yes. He says, how did you break it? She said, I was moving a pillow and I didn't know that was holding the glass up, and then it fell. I'm cleaning it all up right now. He said, what are you doing to clean it up? She said, I'm picking it up with my fingers. I'm putting it in a pile so I can take it out. And then she says, bro, you're gonna die. And he says, what? I'm about to shower, so let me know ASAP. She says, Paige, bro. She's fake. I'll send a boxy memo. Paige who? He says, send. She sends something. He says, Fat Paige snitched on you to Sam? Yes, she says. He says, just don't bring up anything you're not supposed to. She says, what do you mean? He says, who you with? She says, Nina, Rosie. He says, I'll just talk to you later. She says, can I use my card? 187 left. That's all yours. And she says, no, or can I? Or don't say it back. WTF. He says, I'm sorry. She said, can I get a W? Q. Answer. $50? You gave her a Q for $50 last time. He says, my bad. Was in a bad mood for a second. She says, dinner? He says, what? She says, what dinner? He says, I don't know, for real. I ain't even think about it. She says, can we come to your house? He says, what do you want? She says, Rosie never hit a Puffco. Also. And she says, I don't know. I need pasta. He said, yes, you can. She says, okay. She says, want to make pasta? Do we have boss? He says, no, we don't. She says, what pasta? He says, I don't know. We don't really have anything. We're probably going to have to eat out tonight. She says, where? He says, I don't know. She says, we could just make something. He says, or we're going to have to try to grab something from the store fast. Wow, what time is that? 7:51. She says, go to Giant Eagle. We're going through pics right now. He says, I have chicken here. That's all I have to make. She says, then we're coming, eh? I don't know if I want chicken. We have broccoli and white rice. We can do hibachi. He says, yeah, I'll just make that because I don't want to go to the store. She says, okay, bet. Okay. She says, I don't want soy low key. I want it really healthy. Wild rice. He said, you do the rice. She says, I know. She says, on my way. She says, WTF, it's literally 8:30 a.m. Why is the grass being cut? You said you told them not to come this early. He says, on the phone with Will. She says, Kay. She says, I'm mad at you. I'm serious AF. He says, why? She said, I guess we'll talk when you're home. He says, I just got home. She says, okay, but I'll be there in a couple of seconds. She says, let me know when you're at Heinen's getting the chicken. He says, you can go to Heinen's. She says, let me know when you're at Heinen's getting the chicken. He said, why? She said, so I know when you're going or when you're about to be home with the chicken. It's the least you can do after trying to blackmail me to my mom. He said, I wasn't trying to do anything. You bring up the story to her trying to make me look bad, but you ain't telling the whole story. She says, the relationship will end if this continues. And today is the last day you will speak about any of my business regarding the situation. So you're getting the chicken, right? He says, why aren't you getting the chicken? She says, okay, I'll just eat all the rice. He says, okay, I guess. She says, don't even try to be cool with me when you're back. He says, fine. He says, I got one last play. Then you want to go to Heinen's and get candy and stuff and have a movie night? Healthy candy, obviously, and I could still grab chicken. She said, that's only like one scoop of rice left. So that's up to you. I guess we could still do chicken. He says, we can, but more rice while we're there. She says, I don't know why you didn't just tell me that earlier. He says, I'm not sure, to be honest. If you really want, we could just get Lucas. She says, I don't feel good, so I don't think I could eat that. And I'm not dressed nice. We could go tomorrow. Also, I think I'm going to go there for my birthday dinner. He says, I'd rather do carnival, though. She says, well, I don't know if it's still going. He says, how did you know it was going in the first place? She said, we drove past. He says, orange or red? She says, I don't know. Get me juice. Some good juice. He says, that's what I'm doing, LOL. Then he says, which one you want, LOL? She says, stop. You are being loud as F. It's annoying. And you woke me up. Literally shut the door if you're going to scream. He says, my bad. They were showing me beats. He says, what's this? She says, garage sale in Lakewood. He says, it's going to be really rare to find anything nice over in Lakewood. She says, I don't know. You never know. He said, I'd rather just go in nicer areas where we know we're going to get good shite. She said, well, it depends on the nice areas. They're just like baby clothes. We have to actually go see. He says, I mean, for real, though. Do you want some shite out of someone's gross arse duplex? Let me check where those streets are by. She says, I don't care. If it's cute, I don't care. The hood is where you find cute tracksuits and Y2K. He said, have you before? She said, with Grace. I went all over, all Northeast Ohio. He said, the one on Clifton isn't in a bad area. The one in Edgewater going to be super ghetto. She says, I don't care. Grace lives over there. It's chill. He said, the ones around West 117th Street ain't going to be good either. I'd go to the one by Clifton. Then he says, why buy things from a garage sale when we can order free things? How can they order free things? That doesn't make sense. How are they going to order free things? Bye, she says. He says, did I scare you? Yes, she says. LOL. She says, I think I just seen an old Jag at a garage sale. At a garage sale, she means. He says, how much is the Trans Am? She says, 22, 1979. He says, taxing 2,200 or 22,000. How many miles? She said, 61K. He said, I'll trade my Jag for it, LOL. She says, what year is your Jag? He said, 1990. 50K miles. She said, they just got a Corvette, so they're not trying to trade. What kind? She says, I don't know, an old one. He says, let me see the interior of the Trans Am. She said, I don't remember what they said. We already left. He says, oh, dang. She says, the inside was all black. It was nice view. He said, I would have traded if it was a decent deal. She said, I don't know, I guess that's the 100. I don't know. She said they weren't trading because they just got a Corvette. I just said that. He says, cool. She says, what do you mean? She says, I got the cute glasses. He said, how much were they? She says, $2. I'll pay for them, LOL. Then she says, WTF? Answer. He says, my bad. Phone was dead and I was hooping. What are you wearing? She says, gray and white. Aramaica. On the way. He says, how is Barbizon, babe? Also, today is 7:10. So when you get back, we're taking hella dabs. She says, what do you mean? He said, 7:10 upside down is oil. It's 4:20, but for dabs. Bro, she says, there's an art auction next door. They have a real Picasso, 150K. Rich arse people, something sold for 250K. He says, dang, WTF, that's lit. She says, it's cool. He says, I want to get a lot of paintings under like 1,500 that I know are going to go up. I've been looking at painters, he says. She says, it's insane. I have videos. She says, they are selling rugs and diamonds and cool stuff. He says, do you want to go to Chipotle? She says, I don't know. Maybe. He says, when are you going to be back? Me and McGivern want to get food. Want me to get your meal? She says, I'm not eating cold food. If Morgan is in your driveway, we will have problems. By the way, he says, no, she isn't. Then she says, I'll get Chipotle at 6, but not now. He says, okay, we're going to get City Barbecue. She says, class is over at 5:30. Kay. Then she says, that's not organic. I have to drive Autumn home though. He says, well, I'll get Chipotle later with you. She says, okay, maybe. She says, are you sure you don't want a trip tomorrow? The school is ours. She says, I'm literally surrounded by little arse kids. He says, I really don't want a trip with people I don't know at my house. She says, can we just do it? I want to. You cannot trip if that's what you want. He says, okay, just don't do it at my house. She says, WTF, that's the whole point. You know that. I wouldn't be a D because I'm not in the mood. There will be problems, she says. He says, Kenzie, I can't trust people at my house, especially tripping. No, not after what happened. She says, like, it's just Nina. It's just Nina's boyfriend. Why are you making this such an issue? He says, I don't know neither of them. She says, you know Nina. He says, barely. She says, WTF, you barely know Rosie or Bubba. He says, I know them a little better. She says, no, you don't. He says, Kenzie, I'm not having people I don't know doing drugs at my house anymore, period. This isn't a hard request. Maybe after I meet him a couple of times. She says, thanks for ruining my friendship with them. He says, that's not doing that, but okay. And she says, nah, you did. Thanks. He says, why wouldn't they be friends with you? She says, maybe because you're weird as F about anything fun. You would rather me have a bad trip than to have fun? He says, Kenzie, I can't trust people at my house. No more. If something happened, I'm effed. She says, they are not our words. Kendall is Dory the fish in a human body. That biatch is stupid AF. Like they know. If you that worried, put a gate up. Answer now. Yeah, I'm mad at you. He says a million other things could happen. It's reasonable. She says, you have 4 seconds. He says, can you make a cup of coffee for me when you get to my house? Been taking dabs and don't want to be tired and shite. She says, why should I do that for you when you think you can just silence me? Life is so effing rude. And you just continue to do it. And she says, I'm dead arse asking you, why the F do you think that's okay? He says, because I feel the energy. She says, okay, I'm going to give you one last chance. He says, I won't silence you. She says, I don't know. You keep doing it literally every chance you get. So I don't know why I'm supposed to believe that. How much coffee? Like, what's the ratio? He said, just look it up on Google, either 1 teaspoon or 1 tablespoon. She says, how many scoops do you want? He said, you remember what Frankie looked like? Look for him. He might be with them. She says, I don't know. She says, I'll look for Mikey or Lana. He says, okay, I seen my cousin Johnny too, LOL. She says, who? He says, get him real quick. I'm by exit of ride we was just at. She says, annoying. I'm going to bed. Can you all get the F out? Go outside. Go, 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 go outside. Go outside. Go. He says, LM, hold up. She says, go outside now. He says, let me make your pasta real quick. She says, I'm so sear. Nah. Dev, you're annoying and weird AF. She says, I don't want to listen to that weird gay convy. Literally, I just go. Like, WTF, it's embarrassing AF. I'm for real annoyed. Like, WTF, go. You might be trying to annoy the F out of me. WTF, she says. Did you watch? Okay. He says, I'm trying to move these appliances. She says, I'm so salt. F at. They saying there is a built-in SIM card. Then why the F do they give us? He says, yeah, and there's one they put in the phone. She says, then why what she can't even type. Then why fo through give us one? She said, do you want me to come help? She says, let me know. He says, on the phone. She says, okay, I'm going to run to my P.O. box really quick. He says, can you go to Speedway and grab a bag of ice on the phone? She says, bro, and yes. She says, why are you on the phone when I need to show you something? He says, my dad. She says, how much ice? And word, nug, WTF, small or large? What the F? Okay, I'm getting smaller, WTF. I'm leaving, she says. He says, okay, then. She says, keep trying to make me feel bad and blame me. It's literally rude. I try to help you the best I can, but I don't care, but you don't care or want to see that. He says, leave me and stop giving me shite. She says, you just want to something to run to Blair and make me feel bad. He says, no, you don't. She says, I'm not giving you shite. He says, you don't give a single F. You don't care how I feel. He says, so leave right now. Leave, 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 leave. She says, what the actual F? Leave, he says. She said, the thing is, I try to be there for you. But you can only want to hear from Blair. You don't let me be there for you. I say one thing wrong and you freak out. And then all of a sudden, I'm just so bad. He said, no, you got offended for no reason. Leave. She says, no, I didn't get offended for no reason. And I'm not offended. It's just rude. She says, what the F are you taking your anger out on me? Like you said you were going to try to think without your emotions, but I don't think you're doing it. He says, leave, get the F out. You obviously don't understand. She says, keep talking to me like this and see what happens. He says, I'm stressed. She said, you obviously don't understand how to treat anybody who's there for you every single day. She says, I can see that, and I'm trying to help you, but you're just being mean to me. He says, Kenzie, you weren't there for me. You got offended for no reason. Leave the F right now if you can't be cool. Don't text me, he says. I'm stressed enough. So leave or shut. She says, I was there for you offering to help and have my dad come help you. And then you just freaked out on me. She says, I hope you didn't lock the door. He says, you want dinner? She says, stop texting me. We are not cool. She says, this girl pissing me off. He says, who? She says, do you have Venmo or Cash App? He says, no, I can't take those right now. Then he says, my Cash App doesn't work. Then she says, that's what I though. That's what I though. He says, and I don't have Venmo. She says, why would you just leave after I tell you is not feeling well? Okay, cool. She said, we have problems. Clearly, that's what you want. And then she says, bet. Dom says, do you want me to do anything for you? She says, we have problems, and I'm not surprised, though. We always do. He says, I ain't see the text. I was in a convo with my dad. A horse died at the racetrack. She says, I don't give a single F. You're literally so unreliable and unloving. Like this relationship is not working. Then she says, I asked if you wanted me to do anything, and you said you didn't. Actually, you just didn't say anything. Then she says, I want you to want to do something. I'm not telling you to do anything. She says, I don't need to beg for your attention. And he says, I did. She says, millions of people on the internet would give me attention in a heartbeat. Let's read that again. Millions of people on the internet would give me attention in a heartbeat. He says, I asked. He says, what I could do. She said, this relationship is not working. He said, okay, break up with me then. He said, people on the internet would do things for me too. LOL. There's always different grass, he says. Sometimes it ain't greener. Sometimes it is. And she's texting all kinds of clothing TikToks and stuff. She says, it's July 12th now. She says, I guess I'll just go back to sleep. He says, what? She says, I told you you're there every night and you just leave me alone. He said, you were asleep, Kenzie. I've been here for 5 minutes. I was running places. She says, I've been up for more than 10. And you're still there. Like, I'll just leave. He says, okay, leave then, Kenzie. She says, birthday list. Vintage designer bags. Pantaloons. Vintage Chanel sunnies. Balenciaga butterfly sunnies. Goyard bag. Larvin Gallery department shoes. Skims. Margiela tabby shoes. They're doing snaps. She says, gay. Turn it down. Now. Why are you throwing shite? Is someone here? He says, I don't know. Check. She says, your mom pulled the van into your driveway. He says, oh, okay. She says, did you ever ask her if BLT was in your driveway at 5 a.m.? He says, no, I didn't. She says, ask. Why are you not answering? ? I'm going to leave. So I would start being nice. Literally, WTF. Like, why would you just spoil that to me and continue to be mean? Like you're manning. I think she means making me not want to go. You have been mean to me all morning long. He says, Kenzie, you couldn't stop snooping on my phone. It's your fault. It's spooked her. I guess I'll just get something else, he says. She says, I wasn't even looking at your phone. Like, what the F is your issue? No, it's your fault for telling me. Do not gaslight me. Literally, like, what the F is wrong with you? You have only been mean all morning. He says, okay, be mad. She says, oh, for real, not come. He says, you spoiled it, not me. She says, you can believe that all you want, but the words came out of your mouth. Maybe if you just kept your mouth shut about it. Then she said, I forgot, you literally cannot plan surprises for anything. He says, then you just be mad because I don't want you to sit by me while I'm ordering it. He says, so I guess I just order something else. She says, I mean, you could have just ordered in the bathroom or something, or you could have just sat down and pretended like you were on your phone because I wasn't even looking at your phone. I could give 2 Fs what you were doing on your phone unless you're cheating on it on me. Then he says, well, you looked at my phone 5 minutes before that. And when I start being sus after that, you should know. She says, I didn't know you were being sus. I thought you were just being in a bad mood. Thanks. Thank you so much for just spoiling the surprise. Like, really, thank you so much. Today is going effing suck. Like, you literally just gonna ruin my day. I thought this would be fun. And he says, well, it's not a surprise. I'm just gonna order something else. She says, maybe you shouldn't have drank last night. She says, I mean, if you didn't just come up to me and yell at me and tell me what the surprise was, then it would still be a surprise. And he says, whatever, Kenzie, I'll find something else to get you. She says, well, I wanted that. He says, well, when you start trying to fight with me, how am I going to explain myself? No other way, he says. She says, it's whatever. Just don't talk to me unless you're going to be nice. He says, so I guess next time, think about it. She says, I wasn't trying to effing fight with you. I was just saying I'm going to leave if you keep being weird. And she says, yeah, that's fighting. And that'd be effed up. If you kept my mom spent $300 on your ticket. So yeah, that's going to make me mad. He says, you're choosing to make a problem is what you're doing. I'm done talking about this. Now you got me mad. What you want to eat before we go? She says, I already ate. He says, bet. She says, I didn't make it a problem. It's just embarrassing when you move, when I'm trying to sit next to you and you have a friend over. She says, like, you should always want to be with me. And he says, you sure you won't need anything else? She says, it makes me feel unloved. I don't know. He says, Kenzie, I didn't want you to see your present. She says, well, you could have made it less mean. When are we going? Okay, so we're just not going to text back now? He says, come over. She says, roll up. She says, starting, it's on, hurry, come. Oh, let me see. He says, in line. She says, come, it's on right now. He says, okay, let me order. She says, hurry. You find it, she says. Dom? He says, no. She says, maybe it's just at your house then. Is it not showing up? Where are you at? She says. He says, walking back. She says, be careful, the cops just has the dog out, like with no leash. He says, I was talking to them, it's fine. I asked if they had seen the ring. She says, did they? Then she says, twin with me today? He says, I don't know if I have anything to twin with your skim. She says, it's about to come. He says, babe, why? Babe? She says, babe, why? Babe. He says, I don't have anything that color, LOL. Best that would match would be what I wore yet Wednesday, but I'm not going to wear that again. She says, I feel like you should just wear that again. Someone's knocking. Front door. He says, check who it is through the peephole. They for your mom. How long? I need to pee, she says. He says, I'm going to go grab this stuff and then I'll drop you off. She says, okay, let me know. When are we going? The graduation party's at 4, question mark, question mark. Should I go? Please, let me know. He says, I'll take you real quick. My bad. We're doing the car. Walk over. She says, where? He says, next door. She says, should I just get dropped off? He says, yes. She says, okay. She says, I'm guessing we're not going to make it to Whole Foods. He says, we have to go after Ninjas or right after. She says, can you start spitting in the sink? I just got to spit on my hands, he said. She says, how? He says, because I grabbed your spit paper towel. What do you mean, how? She says, well, you know I do that. You've seen me spit this morning. He said, the plumber's leaving. You want me to pick up? She says, I'm here, on the way. He says, you good? She says, I'm going to go file a police report. He says, if you do, I'm telling your mom you're a prostitute. Because you are. She says, okay, that doesn't really bother me. I mean, you've already blackmailed me enough on it. Like, I literally don't give a single F. He says, okay, let me know when you file that report. I have a whole report about your situation with your feet. She says, all you are is mentally abusive, physically abusive, and a terrible boyfriend. You don't do anything good for me, and you literally treat me like shite and call me the worst names you can think of. The fact that my boyfriend of 4 years just tried to end my life by steering me off of the highway, that's how I know you're not in love and you never were somebody who loves me, would never do this to me. He says, I really didn't, Kenzie, but okay. She says, somebody who loves me will just apologize because they care and just want me to feel loved. He says, goodbye. I want my money too. She says, I should have known this relationship was never a real one, was never real when I told you I love tripping with you and you just said you love tripping. He says, civil claims court, you heard? She says, okay, then I'm going to the police station right now. He says, I'm telling your mom. She says, like, I literally don't care a single F. Like, I don't know what you're trying to get it right here, but can you tell me but I can tell the whole world what you do for a living. She said, keep trying to blackmail me. You know I can blackmail you 30 times harder. He says, yeah, I make music. I'm a rapper. Gee, I'm the shite. And she says, somebody who loves me would never talk this to me this way or treat me this way. And then she says, yeah, I'm sure. He says, you're the one who keeps taking it farther than it is. You could have just left it alone and I'd go home. She says, the only reason I went this far is because you tried to end my life. He says, Kenzie, I didn't. She said, you could have apologized when you did something wrong, but I forgot. You're too immature. He says, why would I try to KMS too? She says, I'm already nervous driving in the rain as it is. And the fact that you would even try to steer me off the road and make my car spin out, probably because you're mentally ill and you used to hit your head on the wall and choke yourself with a belt. She says, so I don't know. I think that's a question you need to ask yourself. He says, whatever, Kenzie. She says, that's what I thought. Then she said, this relationship will never be the same after today. I don't know if I can be with you after this. She says, I absolutely cannot believe you just tried to end my life. He says, okay, then don't be with me. She says, you need effing help. He said, Kyle McCarthy was right about you, I guess. She said, you blackmailed the person you love. You tried to kill the person you love. He says, no, you blackmailed me. You threatened cops on me first for no reason. So, yeah, I'm going to say, I'll tell your mom that. You blackmailed me every week. It's always cops or something with you. Like Kyle was right, for real. She says, end this, LOL. Clearly you want to be with me, but treat me like shite. So end it. He says, and Kyle F's 16-year-olds go to bed early with him, LMAO. She says, that's not a flex. Let me know when I can come get my things. He says, I'm sorry. She says, that is not enough to fix this time. He says, well, I am sorry. He says, I just wanted to say sorry. That's it. She says, okay, so you wanted to say sorry, but you didn't want to fix any of the massive problems you created? Cool. He says, yeah. He says, it's not like anything's broken. There's no fixing. She says, if that's how you feel, then we done. He says, okay, then. She says, if you can't see what's broken and what needs to be fixed, then there's no point of this being a relationship. Yesterday, you almost ended my life, or you could have ended my life. And all your mom cared about was you're not going to jail. Like, I'm literally not going to talk to your mom again unless she apologizes. He says, I didn't try to do anything. She says, one more reply that is not trying to fix this. I'm blocking you. Give me one more shitey reply that doesn't reply to anything and see what happens. He says, I'm just saying, I didn't try to kill us. I was definitely not trying to do that. She says, well, I don't believe that one bit. And that replay looked pretty shitey to me. So are you planning on replying the same, or are you going to just keep being a little biatch? He says, LOL, okay, call me a little biatch. She says, I'm going to give you one last chance before I block you. If you are incapable of fixing anything that you caused yesterday and you can't apologize, know what you did wrong and how to prevent this ever happening again, then I'm not going to be with you. I'm not going to be with an abuser. And he says, I did apologize, and I'm just going to wing it next time like you. He says, we don't need to prevent it, remember? And she says, was that a smart arse reply? And she says, not sure what's going on with your brain, but it's giving you must want to be single. He says, last time we got into a fight, I wanted us to figure out how to act and prevent the situation. But you said we don't need to. You said you can just wing it. She said, this is your third chance I'm giving you to fix this situation. If this is not fixed, then I will be leaving the relationship because all you're showing me is you are incapable of treating me with love. He says, Kenzie, all I was trying to do is HYU and say I'm sorry. You're the one making this more of a fight. He says, you can leave the relationship if you want. Whatever is best for you. She says, saying sorry is not enough to fix the situation. You tried to end my life, and you told me, do you want to die? And your mom only cared about you going to jail when you literally just tried to steer my car off the road. Being this dismissive is honestly the most disgusting thing ever. Like, you are going to keep being the rock bottom, or are you going to man up and fight for your relationship? Because I'm not going to be with you if you're going to keep being like this. And she says, I need more than I'm sorry, because what you did yesterday was something you've never done before. And I was terrified. I was going to lose my life due to abuse, and the fact that you think, sorry, it's good enough to make this a good is absolutely a joke. He says, Kenzie, I don't. I was just saying sorry. He says, I wasn't trying to end anyone's life. You should believe that. She says, why would I believe it when you did it? How can I believe that you're never going to do it again? She says, I can't, because I don't know your limit. Somebody who loves me would never do that. Never. She says, I couldn't even do it if you told me to, but I guess that's different for you. He says, yeah, I wasn't trying to do anything. I was trying to KMS first. I would have died first, LOL, he says. Like, if you don't believe me, then yeah, just break up with me. And if you can't believe me, there's no point to this, he says. She says, I mean, the fact that you're not saying anything to make me believe you shows that you would do it again. And so you're saying, she's saying this again, and so you're saying to kill yourself, you would end me too? She says, why can't you not fix problems for the effing death of you? Like, it's almost like you have fun doing it. He says, no, I was saying if I was trying to end my own life in that situation, I'd die too. And probably first, he said. She says, so you would take your life first and I die second? Why are you ignoring everything I say? She says, why can you not fix this for literally anything? Like, somebody have to pay you for you to try to do this. He says, I'm not saying I was going to take my life, LOL. She says, like, I don't get why it's so hard for you to just make me feel good about the situation. She says, like, do you think you're right or something? Do you think what you did was okay? Do you think what your mom did was okay? He said, I'm not going to sit here and text you to try to fix it. She says, if I have a son, I will never raise him like your mom is raising you guys. That's all I needed to hear. He says, you want me to fix it? I'll do it in person. She says, good to know. Now stop texting me. You're such a waste of my time. She says, why would I feel comfortable coming anywhere near you? I do not feel comfortable around you after you just tried to end my life. This needs to be fixed over the phone, because before I even want to think about coming near you in person again. He says, okay, cool then. We can be done. Don't talk about my mom on some BS. She says, your mom cared about, all your mom, she means to say, cared about was you going to jail. That is literally the most disgusting thing anyone has ever said to me. Yeah, he says. She says, it's okay, Dom. just try to end your girlfriend's life. Just don't go to jail. He says, 'cause she actually believes me. He says, I'd rather be dead than in jail. She says, yeah, because, oh my gosh, you ride her effing D. Wow. He says, I'd never wish jail on anyone. She says, and you pay for like half of her things. He says, you throw jail around like it's nothing. She says, of course she's going to grip on you. You're her last child that she still has control of. She says, you throw around abuse like it's nothing. He says, so yeah, someone threatens jail, I'm gonna be more pissed than someone threatening my life. That's a fact. You can pull out a knife and say you're going to stab me. I'd stay with you. I honestly don't give a single F what you think, she's saying this now, about the situation because it didn't happen to you. It didn't happen to you what happened to me. Dom says, you call the cops on me, then I'm done. She says, no, and I don't think you want, no, and I don't think you what I think. He would try to blackmail me with that for the whole, she doesn't even know how to write. He says, you feel me? She says, then break up with me right now if you can't fix this problem and you make me feel like you didn't try to kill me. He says, you don't want to be around me anyway. You sod. She says, I said I don't want to be around you until you can prove to me that you wouldn't try to kill me. I mean, you haven't even proved that your apology is true. You're just apologizing because you're guilty, which you should be. I don't know why I have to explain this to you in depth. You should understand what you did wrong and how you should fix this problem. Then she says, you love to make the people in your life feel like they are worth nothing. And he says, there's no way to prove apology. You have to believe that, sorry. And no, I apologized because either way, I want you to know I'm sorry. And then he says, whether we stay together or not, I don't want to end in an ugly fight. She says, no, you prove you're sorry by your actions, which you have not done. So your apology, therefore, means nothing. And then she says, if you want me to know that you're sorry, then you should probably be being nice and making sure I believe it, not being a D. He says, actions, not texting. She says, well, it's looking like we're going to end with an ugly fight. By how you're acting. And she says, yes, actions is a form of texting. It could mean many things. She says, if you can't be nice and respectful to me over text message, why should I ever want to believe you can do that in person? She says, why would I ever be comfortable driving with you again? And then she says, and I'm never going to talk to your mom again unless she apologizes to me. He says, you were disrespectful. She said, I said sorry. He says, you called me a little biatch. She said, I told you an apology is not enough to fix this. Your next text better be trying to fix this or I'm blocking you. I'm not going to keep wasting my time with somebody who thinks my life is disposable. I never thought you would ever do something like this to me. I thought she would always protect me, but we learn new things about each other every day. He says, I would never try to end your life. Like, you tripping for that. If we can't link up, nothing I can do. She says, do you think it's funny or something? Why would I feel comfortable linking up with you after you just tried to end my life? He says, okay, then don't. Then he says, so I guess we're done? She says, like, what is the difference of texting on here or in person? Like, if we can't prove that you're going to be good on here, then I don't believe that you're going to be good in person. He says, okay, then don't. Then he says, you don't have to. We just go our separate ways. She says, okay, then I guess the whole world is going to know what you did to me then. If you don't think you did anything wrong and you can't prove to me that you are sorry, he says, why threaten me? She says, that's not a threat. Yes, it is, he says. She says, I'm going to give you your last chance to fix this over message. And then maybe I will think about talking in person, but right now I do not trust you at all. And he says, I know what I did wrong. I said I was sorry. You don't want to see me or trust me or think I was trying to kill you, then let's just go our separate ways. Because I can never be with someone who would think I would try and take their life away. It doesn't have to be bad that we're breaking up either. She says, then why would you try to take my life if you don't want me to think that? He says, we had good times. She says, well, clearly you want to break up, so let's. Should be done then. He says, it just isn't working out, I guess. She says, I mean, yeah, almost killing your girlfriend of 4 years is a little too far. And she said, and then your whack arse mom saying I'm lying and only worrying about you going to jail. That's a whole joke. So since you want to be done so bad, I guess we're done. I'm so sorry. It was so hard for you to try to prove that you weren't trying to take my life. I should have known that would have been a struggle for you. I hope your internal mental health gets fixed. He says, hey, I gave you a chance to link up with me, but you don't trust me. She says, and I told you, I don't feel safe coming near you because you have not proved that you wouldn't do this again. But I forgot it's hard for you to literally fix anything without my full help. She said, and he says, okay, then don't believe me. LOL. It's nothing I ban change if you believe me or not. That's all on you. She says, no, it's actually on you. Your words mean a lot. And right now you're just proving you would do it again. He says, no, Kenzie, I would never try to take anyone's life. I care about life. What do you think of me? He says, like, you just think I'm a murderer or something like it. It's cool. She says, I think you're bipolar and you have a personality change and you would take my life if you're too mad. And she says, I also think you need to go to therapy. He says, okay, then you don't have to be with me. I'm cool with whatever. She says, oh, and then she says, and I also think you need to detach from your mom because at this point, you're with her more than you're with me. And then she says, if you're cool with whatever, then I do not want to be with you. I want to be with someone that's going to fight for me and be there for me and not try to take my life. And he says, to be honest, no, I barely see my mom, but whatever. She knows I wouldn't try to take anyone's life, LOL. She says, okay, then I guess you don't talk to her how you talk to me. He says, Kenzie, I just want everything to work out how it's supposed to. Then she says, I mean, you have dreams about killing Toph and you talk about it like all the time. So I guess you don't say that to her. It's okay, she says. You don't care and you're not going to chase or try to fix it. So there's no point of being in a relationship. July 18th, by the way. You're cool with whatever, so go be with a effing 5. He says, I'm not going to fight. Life, whatever it is supposed to happen, will happen. She says, you are literally such a bottom. Like, when did this dismissive energy come from you? It's so sad. She says, if you're cool with whatever and you don't care about this relationship, and then we are done. If you're not going to chase and try to fix this, then we are done. He says, why? You have nothing but bad to say about me. Have I said anything bad about you today? She says, yeah, actually, every single message you have sent me has just proved that you don't care about this relationship and you don't have any plans on fixing it and you don't take life seriously. And she says, I should have known being with you for 4 years is just a waste of my effing life. You can't do anything for me. My parents have been together for almost 30 years and they did not break up once. He says, just because I have a different viewpoint doesn't mean I don't care. She says, my dad has never done this to my mom. He says, yeah, Kenzie, that's why I'm cool with breaking up. She says, if anyone knows how our relationship should work, it's effing me. Like, look at your mom. I don't think you should take any advice from her. He says, I'm not going to chase something. I'm not going to chase something to bet I don't know for sure is going to work out. She says, okay, then break up with me. The only reason this isn't going to work out is because you and you don't know how to treat women. And he says, okay, Kenzie, go poke a bear for half an hour and then go cry when it growls at you. She says, you're the root cause of all these problems. And you say I'm making the problem worse by standing up for myself, telling you you should fix it. Maybe if you could just fix the problem when I told you saying sorry isn't enough to fix it, we would be cool right now. And he says, you get what I'm saying? She says, no, I really don't care what you're saying unless it's trying to fix the problem. She says, your words mean nothing to me because your actions prove nothing. And then he says, well, Kenzie, I mean, you have threatened the cops on me hundreds of times now. And she says, you apologize and do the same thing a week later. He says, so I'm not saying anything you can use against me. She says, if you're worried about that, I have a whole effing camera roll of proof, LMAO. He says, so you want to talk about anything? It has to be in person. She says, well, I don't feel comfortable being around you in person. You are a violent, evil person until proven otherwise. He says, and I don't feel comfortable with you with the cops. You are a snitch, he says. She says, and your mother will also have to apologize to me. I will never talk to her again. He says, till proven otherwise. She says, do you want me to be a snitch? Because I could do that. He says, snitches get stitches. She says, okay, I'll just screenshot this message right here. He says, whether who does it. And then he says, I am not going to do anything. That's just what they get. She says, it's okay. It's already screenshot. If you are already threatened me, so why would I feel comfortable with you? What is going to be different? Talking in person than on here? She says, you have no care to be in this relationship or effort. He says, okay, Kenzie, goodbye. I'm done doing this. You are only trying to argue. Keep being dismissive, she says. And she says, I'm trying to get you to fix this problem, how it should be done. Look, it's really not that hard. This could have been over with 2 sentences. And she says, but you like to just think you're right. I think everything in your head is the right way when your whole family is a mess. You have 2 minutes to reply or I'm blocking you. He says, block me then. This isn't getting anywhere. She says, say it then. Break up with me. If you're not going to show me that you can't make me feel safe and protected, 2-minute timer starting now. She says, keep being dry. You're just adding to the list of reasons why you're proving that you're not a good boyfriend. He says, Kenzie, I was trying to work this out. And she says, I don't care. And I'm telling you that you're not. He said, you keep calling me names and you don't want to talk to me in person. She says, you're clearly not, because I don't trust you to talk in person. Was different than talking on here. She said, and he says, and you threatening cops. She says, I don't believe that you're going to be any better to me in person. And I did not threaten any police today. I only threatened to call the cops yesterday because I thought my life was in danger, and I still do. He says, you said I can be a snitch and send you a screenshot, shite and stuff. You've only threatened me today, he says. She says, no, I really haven't. And you're only proved to me that you're not capable of making me feel loved and protected. All you've done all day is try to make yourself sound like you're right and you care when I'm here telling you that I know you don't, and I don't think like you do. And then she says, why aren't you answering me? And what is going to be different than talking in person than on here? Question mark. He says, how am I supposed to feel love or supposed to love you when you think I was trying to kill you? She says, by proving that you love and care about me and want to protect me. And then she says, I don't know why that's so hard for you to do, which is why I don't believe that you do any of those things. Then she says, when I told you apologizing isn't enough, you could have just proved to me that you care and love me. But instead, you started an argument because it's hard for you to do that. And he said, so what do you want me to do? You want me to just text you and say I care about you and I want to protect you? Like, what good does that do? It's just a text message. He goes, yeah, let me just prove that I care about you and love you by sending a text message. I didn't think that was a thing or possible. And she says, good to know that you don't care and that you don't want to drive. Try, she says. And she says, you really just keep showing me new sides of yourself, and I can't believe that this is the real you. And he says, I was trying. I've been texting you for an hour. I just didn't think I could say that much that would be effective over the last text message. She says, you've been arguing with me for an hour and you still have not tried to fix any of this. I said, we'll start with texting, and once I feel comfortable, then we can talk in person. He says, Kenzie, you're the one who started arguing at all. All I was saying was I was sorry. She says, put how this conversation is going. I'm not getting that they were going to ever be able to talk in person because you cannot fix anything or prove anything. And all I was saying is, sorry, is it going to fix this, which I repeated maybe 4 times now. The real question is, and this is Kenzie again, When are you going to start reading my text messages and replying to that? Replying, all you seem to be doing is in your own words right now. Then she said, I thought you were actually going to fix this for a second, but I should have known that's effing impossible. He says, okay, Kenzie, well, you already blackmailed me a lot. So to be honest, yeah, I can't trust you. He says, you just going to screenshot or videotape whatever you can to hold against me. I want to believe that you won't, but that's all you've done. Then she says, it's okay. Just try to make this about me when you're the one who tried to kill me. So you're not going to fix any of this, she says. You can't prove that you love me and you will protect me forever. Good to know, she says. He says, believe what you want. She says, I will continue to believe that because you can't say it to me. She says, maybe we could just break up. My boyfriend should be able to say things to me in a heartbeat. It should be more than me asking. You should want to see it without me asking. You should care that I'm afraid to make me not afraid. And then he says, what's that noise? Plane. What are you? Just want me to say that I'm going to protect you forever? She says, you are literally a mess. I'm done trying with you. He says, okay, then don't try. She says, you're going to hate your life when you lose me. Keep pushing me away. He says, I'm not, Kenzie. You're pushing me away. She says, then break up with me if you're not planning on fixing any of this. It's not that hard for you to say that you love me and you will always protect me. Then please break up with me. He says, I was trying to fix this, but you're not letting me. She says, you're not trying to fix this. Please stop lying to yourself. Then she says, actually, just go talk to your mom. I'm sure she can tell you since she's so smart. He says, smartest person I know. I guess I'll talk to her. She says, yeah, go talk to her and please break up with me. And she says, just in this relationship, you literally wasted my whole entire high school. I'm so done thinking that you care about me and you love me. Like I literally am just trapped with you. You only like to be nice when you want to. And he says, you're trapped with me? Honestly, I don't think you're in the right mood for this convo. I'm just going to talk to you later. She says, I'm in the perfect mood. I've got to sleep on it all night. But she says, this is me right here, and I know what I need in my life. You don't get to decide if I'm in the right mood. And I don't think you have the right mindset to have a girlfriend right now. You can't even tell me that you care about me. I love me and want to protect me. And she says, you just effed up. Now, 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 now. He says, question mark. She says, we done. Thank you for wasting 4 years of my life. He says, okay, Kenzie. She says, you can finally be with Hannah. If you cared about this relationship and wanted it to work, he would fix it now. He says, I didn't tell her. She said, we done. You are the worst. She says, you have 5 minutes to open the door to your house. She says, you're going to tell me why I should stay in this relationship with you, and it better be there, and it better be there very good reasons. He says, why? Are you here? She says, I can't tell. She says, if you can't tell me any reasons on why I should stay in a relationship with you, and what you love about me, then I'm done with you. You've wasted my whole high school experience. I thought you were the one, but clearly you're not. And Dom says, I didn't tell my anything, by the way. She says, you're going to tell me the reasons why I should stay in this relationship with you. And it better be some good effing reasons. She says, it's okay. We already have major problems now. It's way more than what it was before. She says, so you're going to open the door, or you can come in my car, and you're going to tell me the 3 reasons why I should stay with you. If you can't give me 3 reasons, then we are breaking up today. And he says, not when you're all heated. You got me heated too, for real. She says, I'm not heated at all. I don't think you get to decide that knowing you don't know me at all. Mother says, talking shite about my mom isn't cool, he says. She says, I really don't give a single F how you feel. You tried to take my life yesterday and you just ruined this relationship. Well, you're going to have to get over that because I've never talking to that biatch again. Wow. Unless she apologizes to me deeply. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to open the door or come to my car to talk because I am not leaving. He says, I need to shower. She says, I really don't care. She says, so what option are you choosing? Are you choosing to let me leave and we're done forever? Or are you going to come out here and tell me 3 reasons why I should stay with you? And then he says, I don't want to right now. We should just do this later. She says, no, we're not going to do this later. I don't push my problems to the side, unlike somebody. And then she says they're going to be resolved now, or you can just go be single and spend all the time in the world with your mom. He says, well, you got me mad thinking all that shite. So yeah, I'd rather wait. She says, okay, so you're single. Is what you're saying? Let me know right now because I'm going to leave and you're going to be single. All you're going to be, as you're too immature to work this out, he says, you were just banging on my window. She says, yeah, I was trying to let you know I'm here because you had me blocked once again, being immature. And then he says, fine, I'll come out. Give me a second. She says, you're going to go in the back seat of my car because you're not allowed in the front. He says, okay, well, don't have it started. I don't want you to try to pull off. She says, do you think I would have my car started with you in it, knowing that you just tried to take my life? She says, I'm very okay. And you're trying to take my life again. Then she says, you better come inside my car ready to give 3 reasons why I should be in this relationship with you. And these 3 reasons on why you love me. You better come ready to prove to me that you're worthy. And then she said, you have 2 seconds to come outside or I'm leaving and we can just be broken up. Time sending. Open up, she says, now. Now. Let's see. She says, yep. Yeah, this relationship is looking like it's not going to work. And did you tell Davion to unadd me or something? Ask him why he unadded me. Why are you not answering? WTF. Okay, Sussa AF. Why are you not answering me? He says, I'm literally about to come back. She says, yeah, I don't give an F. Rosie's on the way. He says, okay, cool. You take whatever dabs you want. Want me to bring back Chipotle? She says, nah, F you. She says, I'm done. You actually effed up. You're giving, unloving, lying bum. He says, why, Kenzie? I told you exactly what I did. She said, we actually have effing problems. He says, so you don't want me to bring Chipotle? She says, why the F would I want you to literally do anything for me after you literally just lied to me? You're trying to buy back my effing happiness. She says, I thought you were only getting Chipotle if you could do that gay arse method. Yeah, now we have problems. He says, I probably just go in and get it. Maybe I do a method. She says, yeah, then go get Chipotle. Make sure they make it good. Kids meal, 3 soft tortillas, steak, cheese, extra lettuce. Get that 1 drink and do a 3rd with the turmeric shite. He says, can I do the method? She says, OMG, I'm done. Literally stop texting me. He says, fine, I won't do the method. She says, yeah, I'm so done with this. How much is a roach, she says. 30, he says. No way, she says. Can Rosie get one? Are you there? He says, I can't find my papers. No, she says, where do you think we should go now? He says, I can't find my papers. Get another one of them drinks. She says, okay, we got to give Rosie cash because I didn't bring money. He says, just ask them for water, LOL. Which one you going to? Nah, she said, the mall. Did you ever ask Davion why he blocked me? Oh, I told him unblock you, he says. She says, don't say that, ask him why he blocked me. He didn't know he blocked you. How? What is this place called? What's the hotel by the bridge called? WTF. Can he leave? I want to sleep. Can he? We're trying to do something, he says. I'm mad at you now. Also, Blair better not shoot a basketball and you better be quiet. He says, let me get bread, babe. She says, it's okay. Just invite people over when I thought we were doing something. You're not getting any bread with this. Why is he being loud? Question marks, question marks, question marks. WTF? Why? WTF? Why? Why is he being loud? Question marks, question marks. Close the door, he says. It's still the 18th, guys. You can. Okay. He didn't shoot. We didn't know it was loud. We're being quieter. You should have sent it before he changes his mind. Now it's the 19th. Let him send it while he's horny thinking with his D. She says, Cash App. Bet, she says. Did he send the money? No. We got problems. Literally, do not talk to me. You ready? Now it's the 20th. I'm ready. Still got to get our stuff. Reezy, though. Here. Come. Grabbing a pod. Okay, she says. Are you coming back? Are you? Did you roll up? Yeah. Bet. Had to smack it once in the car, he says. She says, WTF. He says, I have 3. Okay, yeah. You peon. She says, should we come to the car to smoke? He says, if you want. It smoke way better in here. Okay, we're coming real quick. That's why I hit it once, he says. Bet. Okay, come quick. Come. Coming. You taking a while. I'm close, she says. QF. I'm going to be at the car and there's like a minute. Where's a blanket for all? She goes, I was going to come lay with you, but everything is locked. This is 21st. You coming, he says. No, to you. Did you dip the car? I'm not getting service, he says. Are you getting a ride home? I'm trying to leave by 4:30, 4:45. She says, okay. He says, are you getting a ride or you want me to drive you? Let me know, because if you get a ride, I'll just dip, Bo. Now, I'm about to leave, he says. I'm going. Unless you start coming right now, or at least answer, he says. She says, you just seriously effed up. He says, you couldn't just leave it go and let me go to dinner with my grandparents. Oh, this is when I think he did those recordings. She says, you couldn't just be a good boyfriend. You can't just do anything. All you know is toxic and fake love. This is all her saying this. You want to know why I have so much hate? It's probably from you, because all you put me through. He says, Kenzie, please just stop. My grandparents are only in town a couple of days. I want to just be able to enjoy my time with them. She says, maybe you shouldn't have been an effing D and a shitey boyfriend and a terrible friend. Like literally, you have just been the worst, and you think it's okay and something to just push to the side. You just effing ruin everything. You always have to do what I don't want you to do. Yep. You done. He says, I was in the shower. She says, I don't care. What the actual F? Are you unable to do anything? Like, is it that hard? Why is it so hard for you to be a good boyfriend? Why is it so hard for you to read the text I send you? I'm going to give you 2 seconds to open this door, or we are breaking up. I would open the door right now. I would open the door now. You lied and you wouldn't, and said you would never lock me out. We are done. Open the effing door now. Like, what the actual? I'm going to give you one last chance before I leave. He says, just come over. She says, you have 5 minutes left on your timer before I leave. And when I leave, I will never talk to you again. And I'm going to go to a party tonight. So you can be mature and let your girlfriend in the house, have a normal conversation with her. That should only take a minute or two, or you can just be done. He says, Kenzie, you threatened to break a bunch of shite if I wouldn't let you in. She says, I'm only going to break shite if you don't let me in. He says, are you not coming to dinner? She says, if you let me in, I'm not going to do shite. I thought you were smart enough to realize that I should have known. She says, I need to charge my phone first and get water and talk to you. But if you can't let me do any of those things, I'm not coming to dinner. He says, Kenzie, I'll grab you a water from over here. My house already locked up. She says, okay. And now you can come and unlock it so I can get my portable charger. And I'm not telling you where it is. He says, are you coming to dinner? She says, there's 2 minutes left on your timer. I'm only coming to dinner if you let me in to get my portable charger and drink water. You're too immature to face any of your problems. You like to hide behind mommy. He laughed at, you're too immature to face any of your problems and like to hide behind mommy. She says, I'm going to take pictures. Can you roll us a fatty and give Rosie $40 worth of bud? Bro, what can he do? Let me know now. He says, did you go take pics? Not yet, she says. On the way now. He says, be careful how long you be. It's not the best idea to be out there this late, so just be careful. Don't be dumb. She says, I'll be careful. He says, how's it going? Question mark. She says, on the way home. Want to still party? He says, you made me nervous. Yeah, we can go. Just got harassed by cops. So bad. She says, WTF. He says, garbage day. Get it all together. This is the 22nd. She says, are you not here? Question marks. Hurry. Elvis's peanut butter banana. Did you get them? The wings? Dom? Did I? He says, not yet. He says, you want anything from Heinen's? She says, chocolate. More yogurt, please. What kind of yogurt? What kind of chocolate? She says, the one I usually get, Sally chocolate. He said, I need to know the brands. She says, I don't know what brand. I just know what it looked like. I don't know then, he says. And she says, and the brown warped chocolate. He says, I can't Instacart it. She says, bro. He says, I'm not looking through it all because I'm driving. She says, bro. He says, figure it out. And then I'll order it with the wings. Found the yogurt and the chocolate. You're welcome, he says. And everything be here by 8:10. Bet, she says, I'll be over ASAP. How much for a half? Oh, he says, it depends. Talk to me when you come. He says, about to shower real quick. Okay, bet. WTF, she says, quiet, now. WTF, now, now. He says, you up? She says, yes. This is 23rd now. She says, I want to go Cants. Coffee, please, he says. Where? She says, Walleye Lake or a river. He says, can I get my things done first? She says, I'm with Smokey. Where are you? Where are you? Are you trying to piss me off? Like, WTF? Yeah, I'm mad at you. He says, I'm not. Why? She says, I'm going to go home in 5 minutes, so I would answer. 10:05 and I'm gone. What? He says. Question mark. She says, you can read. He says, why are you mad? She says, what do you just waste my time picking through that giant bag, making me think we're going to do some fun thing tonight, something fun tonight, and then you just get up and go do something with Angelo. Thank you for wasting my effing time and making me think we're going to do something fun. Like, what the F? Not sure why you're not typing now. I'm seriously leaving in 3 minutes. He says, I'm not doing anything. I went to get a piece of pizza. And I told you, no drink. I said I'd try. She says, I mean, we literally have it. And that's not even the problem. He says, we can have movie night without it. She says, I don't want to. He says, what's the problem? She says, the problem is you making me think we're going to do something fun. Then you're just leaving to go eat pizza with Angelo. That's my problem. Clearly, if you can read. Like, I can just leave and go home. You couldn't even ask Davion where the parties, what the parties, or something like that. I want to go have fun. I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. I'm leaving in 1 minute, so I would figure yourself out. He says, you should have told me or asked him. You were texting him. She said, why the F would I ask him? You were texting him as well. Let me know when to come. Dom? He says, what? This is 24th now. Let me know when to come. I will, he says. She says, bet, I'm about to go to the bathroom. Hold on, I got an itch in my eye. Okay. Then he says, come to so we can get alternator. Bring my money, he says. She says, what money? WTF, what money? I don't know what he said here. Wait up on the phone. Something I think I'ma just get a tow. She says, let me know. Pull up. We're waiting for the tow guy. Okay, bet. What money? She says, question mark. He says, no, just pull up. He says, or there might be money in my room or the dresser. Bring that for the tow guy. Then he said, filet is bad. Should have cooked it yesterday. I'm not getting Heinen's steak no more. Did you get Davion? She said, no. He said, didn't he hit you up? She said, he did. He's getting ready. Okay, so he know you getting him? No, not yet. I asked when. Then she says, Davion taking so long to come out makes me feel like I'm in the wrong place. He says, you're in the right place. She says, why is he taking so long? He says, I don't know. She says, bro. He says, did he come yet? He says, call him. She says, still, I just said, hurry up. He said, coming. Then I said, hurry. At the F. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? The salad cats are back. Oh, shite, he says. She says, what? I'm here. He says, might need a salad kit. She says, open Depop. Something. That's a dude over there. WTF. Cardone. Turn it down. This is 7:30 now. This is the day before. Or off. This is 7:30, July 30th at 1:41. That shite is annoying and loud. That's it. That's the last text that's here. 7:30, 1:41. That shite is annoying and loud. That's it for them. What do you guys think about that? She already texted saying she doesn't like. Okay. So she always took money from Dom. That's why I don't think he wanted to meet her in his bedroom. Hi, Leslie. I'm freezing. Ugh. All right, let me show you some other stuff now. Let's see. We're at the end on Criminy, right? On Criminy, we're done with that. Tomorrow I'm going to do all the other texts, but I want to do them in their own video. So I'm going to show you something else now. Hold on, let me go over here. Go here. Okay, let's see here. Got so much stuff here. Can I make this a little bit big? Okay, so we do. Let's see what we got here. So that's the come stop. Why don't that flip it over? That's not the one to flip it over, right? This is from That's not. I just want to turn it over. This was the, hi, Christine Russo, understand. This is Detective Glover, Hassan, any law enforcement officers, property address, consent search waiver. That was the mother's consent search waiver. And this is receipt for cash. This is Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max extraction. This is his phone, Dominic's phone. And then we have the 3 recordings. Remember those? Those were July 21st, right? He made the 3 recordings. Shit.
Like before, you lied. You lied and said you would never lock me out of the house again. That is why we got back together last time we broke up. But I forgot. You can never
broke up with me
your
earlier.
word.
I have to switch off to here. I've got to go over here. Hold on.
Broke up with me earlier.
I'm going to stop it for a minute because I've
your
got to
last
switch
chance
off of
to
this
open the door,
sound.
or
I've got to
you are
get out
not
of
coming
here
out of
to
this house
hear
all
that,
night,
okay?
and I will not leave.
So hold on a minute.
You literally broke.
I'm going to stop it for a minute and change my sound. Hold on.
Broke up with me earlier. Like what is the point you're trying to, like, you broke up with me, like, earlier. Like, what point
No,
are you trying to say?
I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said we're not together. You literally said that shit. Like, you really broke up with me earlier. Like, what are you trying to make? Like, why would I just let you in my house if you break up with me and you're threatening to break my shit? Like, you're threatening to key my car, threatening to break the doors.
I will key your car
like,
if you do not let me in the house.
You're gonna key my car if I don't let
If you don't let me in the house, yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. So just let me in the house.
No, like why can't you just be like calm at least for a second and I can feel comfortable letting you in the house?
I am calm. I don't think you get to decide that with your fucking weird ass
like, you really threatening
trauma problems.
You really threatening to fucking key my car and shit. What else are you threatening?
Dom, I'm gonna give you one last chance to open the door. I'm gonna leave and do what I said I was gonna do.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna give you one last chance.
Kenzie, look. Let me go to dinner.
No.
You can let me go to dinner, then I can let you come over later.
No, you're not, because I'm coming to dinner too.
Why? You should have told me you wanted to come.
You fucking retard. She already put me on the reservation, so fucking open the door, you dumbass. Like, open
Alright,
the door.
Let's just go next door then.
No, we're not going next door.
No, I'm not letting you in the house.
We need to talk first now, because you just, like, betrayed me.
Alright, we can talk outside. Here, come it out. Don't try to come in.
Five, 4. Dom, if you do not open, you think I'm joking. Like, I'm dead ass.
What are you dead ass about?
Okay, I'm gonna give you one last chance to open the door.
Kenzie, I can't open the door. I can't sit here and fight. We gotta go to dinner to fucking see my grandparents. Like, I can't
You're
sit.
not going to dinner if you don't open the door. I'm gonna let you know that right now.
And then what? What would happen? What are you trying to say?
I just told you what happened. You're not coming to dinner. You're not going to dinner.
What do you mean?
You know it. That's exactly what I mean. You don't even know exactly what I mean. You're gonna come open this door right now, or there's gonna be a serious fucking problem.
I can't. No, like you can't keep making all these threats. Like I can't
And you
open the
can't
door.
keep kicking me out of a place that you say is my home.
Mackenzie, I didn't kick you out. You took all your shit and dipped. And said we were done. Like
I did not say we are done. Dom? Okay, ready? I'm going to count to 10. The door's going to open, okay? You're going to open the door and stop hiding behind the door like a little fucking bitch. Ready? 1, 2, 3,
Mackenzie, I can't open the door.
4. Okay, I'm going to break something, man.
Why would you break something? Why? What are you trying to break?
Okay, open the door.
What are you trying to break?
Open the door.
No, I'm not opening the door.
Dom, I'm going to give you, if this phone call hits 5 minutes, we're breaking up.
Kenzie, I can't do this shit right now. You can't sit here and fight like.
Okay, well, you're not going to dinner.
Okay, well, step away from the door. Maybe I can come outside and talk for a second.
No, we're not fighting outside. You're going to open the door right now.
Why are we fighting outside?
1 minute now, actually.
Look, really, now my mom's trying to call me. Like, I gotta.
No, if you hang up on me, we're done. I'm leaving.
Kenzie, there's nothing I could do. Like, I can't. I'm not.
There is. Stop being a little bitch and
I
open
can't
the
let
door.
you in my house with how you're acting. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, there's no way. There's no way I should. Like,
I'm just going to break the handle off.
huh?
I'm just going to break the handle off. It's already moving.
Fucking break the lock. Like, you really gonna break into my house?
Yes, I will. I will break into my house. You're right. I will break into it.
It's not your house. It's my house.
It is. Dom, now open the door. Now open the door. You have 30 seconds left on the phone call to open the door. We're done.
Mackenzie, I really don't think I can.
If
I don't think.
you can't open the door, then you can't be in a relationship with me.
Kenzie, you're
40
threatening to
seconds left.
break shit out. You're like, oh, I'm gonna break the glass and shit. Like, you're threatening crazy shit
You
like
have
that.
10 seconds to open this door or we are broken up.
Kenzie, I really don't think I can. Like, why can't we just do this shit? Like, why can't we
We're
just do
not
this
doing it
later?
later because I'm coming to dinner. You have 5 seconds to open the
Well,
door.
you want to come to dinner with us? You want to come to dinner with us? Is that what you're saying?
Open the door right now.
You can come to dinner with us if you want.
Open the door.
Kenzie, if you want, you can come to dinner with us.
Dom, if you don't open the door, I'm keying your car.
Why the fuck would you team up? Why? Are you...
Okay, you have 30 seconds or I'm going to do it.
Kenzie, do not key my car. Do not do anything to my car. I need to call my mom back, babe.
Alright, is the door unlocked? I'm about to test it.
No, Kenzie, it's not unlocked. Like, why are you acting like this?
Dom, I'm going to give you one last second or I'm going to have to key your car.
Why? Why would that ever be like an option?
But we're broken up if you don't let me in the house. I'm breaking up. I will break up with you. I'm going to break up with you if you do not open this fucking door.
You really took all your shit and left. I thought, like, you didn't want to be here.
Okay, I'm going to break into your house then.
Dude, what the actual fuck?
Well, I just broke your fucking key thing, so that sucks.
What key thing?
I don't know. You're going to have to open the door to see it because that's where it's fucked up from the outside, you fucking dick.
Okay.
Now open the door.
No. Like, no. Like, you're not, like, you're like saying you're breaking shit and stuff. Like, you're not coming in my house.
I will break shit. I will break shit. Do I have to, like, call the police?
Why? Why would you call the police?
Do I have to call the police? Are you not going to let me into my house?
This is not your house. All right, I'm calling my mom.
No, you're not. No,
Yes,
you're
I
not.
am. I'm calling you. You're not doing this.
Then we're going to break up.
This is my house. You
Then
don't.
we are done. If you do not let me in the house that I sleep in every night, we are done.
Kenzie, I can't
If
let
this
you in the
phone
house.
call hits 10 minutes and I'm not in the house, then we're done.
No, Kenzie. No, Kenzie. I'm calling my mom. Goodbye.
No, you're not.
No. I'm going to the front door now. I'm coming.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now? I'm not mute. Where did I mute? I'm not muted, hon. Can you hear me now? You can't hear me. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You have somebody was calling me, but can you hear me now? Okay, when did you lose me? Oh, when did you lose me? Let me see. 1:28. Okay, only 2 minutes ago? Oh, thank you, Uncriminy. Thank you. When did you lose me? Thank you for the super chats. Okay, wait a second. Hold on a minute. Whoa. Thank you, Uncriminy. How long were you muted? All right. So let me see where you were. So wait, you heard the recordings, right? You heard the recordings? And you lost me after that. Okay. Well, listen to me. I'm going to read Rosie's text messages. I'm going to read them tomorrow. I have them in the bubbles. That's what that was, but it was just showing that they were doing transactions and stuff. But I'm going to read Rosie's text messages in their own bubbles tomorrow with everybody else's. I'm going to do all the other text messages tomorrow, including the ones with her and Christine. Okay, and then I'm going to do them all. But a long time, Darla, we lost you when he hung up on Kenzie and called his mom. Oh, okay. All right, well, we're back now. All I did was go through, I just showed you the, I see you, Scooter. I just did the consent form from Christine. And so now I'm going to this is just go over the notes that were, I have the video, not the video, the audio of these interviews up, but these are the notes. Angelo Russo with Christine. How long have they known Mackenzie? Since she was in 9th grade. Introduced as girlfriend when she was in 9th grade. They were closer in earlier years. Shirilla talked to Angelo Russo as a big brother, self-esteem issues, and cheating issues that she talked to Angelo Russo about. 10th grade, breakup talk, suicide, threats, relationship, fell away. Angelo saw Mackenzie as being selfish. Mackenzie very jealous with Dom. Angelo distanced from her. Describe crazy. It says that Mackenzie called Dom and said, if you break up with me, I will take my own life. Angelo got this info from what is this? What is this word? Angelo got this info from both Mackenzie and Dom. Blocked her on Snap and phone. Last 6 months, she was staying at Dom's house. Antidepressants since middle school. Parents feeding Mackenzie's needs. Mackenzie stopped taking, I guess, the depressants. Angelo and Dom were very close multiple times in July. Dom trying to break up. The I-71 incident, knew Dom was driving. Mackenzie was hitting Dom, forcing him to pull over to avoid crash. Before Angelo left for Florida, Angelo and Dom spoke about how he can't let Mackenzie run his life. Times Mackenzie was out of control, hitting, etc. Come get Mackenzie out of house. Angelo never rode with Mackenzie. Heard that Blair did. She's a bad driver, very emotional. Dom told Angelo she made threats and she is the type of person to follow through. Asked for forgiveness. Text to Angelo from Mackenzie. Okay, those are the notes. Then, and Angelo's interview is up on the channel and it's in the playlist. Okay, so let me see. Hold on, 1 second here. Okay, that was. This is Detective Hazoo. Okay, this is going to be, we've gone through this. This is about the crash, right? And this is about getting the cameras. But here's the hospital visit, okay? The hospital visit with Mackenzie. Detective Glover and I arrived at the intensive care unit at Metro Health Medical Center. The sole survivor who was operating the vehicle, Mackenzie Shirilla, was in room 571. Upon our entry, Mackenzie was awake and alert. Her neck was in a brace. Her right arm and both her legs were bandaged up. At her bedside was her mother, Natalie Shirilla. Both appeared tired and cried several times during our conversation. After introducing ourselves, I provided Natalie my business card with the report number. I explained to her that once Mackenzie is discharged from the ICU, I would be interested in interviewing her. Natalie mentioned that her husband told her not to say anything until they have legal representation. I encouraged her to pass my contact information along to her attorney. We agreed that I will call her next week to check on Mackenzie's status. Natalie expressed concern about the public's reaction on social media. She also mentioned that she had heard from Dominic Russo's family. She expressed sadness about the loss of Dominic and Davion. Mackenzie was barely able to speak. She asked to see photos of her vehicle. I told her once she is discharged, we can arrange for her to see them. She mentioned that she had left her friend Rosie's house prior to the crash. Before she could finish, Natalie interjected and ended the conversation. I did not audio or video record this meeting due to privacy concerns given the sensitive nature of the location. During the conversation, Natalie asked about Mackenzie's cell phone. I explained to her it was currently in evidence. Natalie wanted to know why I was holding onto her daughter's phone. I explained that I had reason to believe it contained digital evidence that could help me piece together the events leading up to the crash. I further made her aware that I would be seeking judicial approval to collect the necessary data. Okay, at my request, Detective Van Eck was the evidence technician and he was there to photograph the scene. One of the photos capturing the intersection showed the passenger side track directly oriented towards the Plidco sign. That's the sign she hit, this one right here. The southwest corner of the building, all photos were uploaded. I received an email from IT technician Joe. He was able to find a video from a city camera, so they found the cameras. Now let's see what they put. I emailed Sarah following the search warrants, so her Instagram or Snapchat and the Toyota. And then they have the statement from Kelly Vraha. She came to the police station accompanied by her mother, Diana. to provide information pertaining to the crash. I gave Kelly a blank statement form and asked her to fill it out. I told her I would call her later to schedule an interview. In her statement, Kelly, who resides there, wrote that Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion stopped by her at her graduation party on July 30th between 2200 hours and 22:15 hours and remained for approximately 20 to 25 minutes. According to Kelly, Mackenzie asked her if she tripped, which Kelly believed meant do acid. Kelly said no. Shortly thereafter, Kelly said she overheard Mackenzie ask Dominic if they should do acid that night. Although Kelly said she did not hear Dominic's reply, she heard the three of them talk about going to some guy named Mark, who they knew lived on Westwood Drive near the location of the crash. Kelly mentioned in her statement that as the three of them got up to leave, she asked Mackenzie who was driving. Mackenzie said she was. Kelly further added that the three of them had a weed pen and a bottle of alcohol, but she was unsure who was in actual possession of the items. Kelly confirmed that none of them consumed any alcoholic beverages while at her party. Upon leaving her house, she described them as fine and no problem between the three of them at all. Kelly's written statement is enclosed in the case jacket. And then Detective Glover set a preservation letter for the application Life 360 for Davion's account. Let's see, it says that shortly after the crash, Deanna Fosnight, the mother of Mackenzie's ex-boyfriend, David Tyler Proctor, emailed Galassi a screenshot from Davion's Life 360 application. The screenshot displayed Davion's drive details starting at 5:30 hours to 5:36. The map shows the destination as the final rest location of the vehicle. According to the photo, top speed was 90 miles per hour and one high-speed indicator and one hard braking indicator. A copy of the letter was enclosed in the case jacket and a digital copy was preserved. Let's see. Justice Center, let's go through here. And then Tyler Croy. Statement. Tyler Patrick Croy is friends with Davion on social media, GPS platform. Tyler provided a written statement in which he detailed the whereabouts and the movements of Davion starting at 23:30 hours. The information was supposedly obtained from the application itself. Tyler began his statement by writing all of his information comes up from the app Life 360. He says that 23:30 they left the area of Lund Road in Strongsville. Davion's phone is turned on. The speed is 42 miles per hour. At 23:39 they arrived at the Birchwood Lane in Strongsville. At 5:30 they left Birchwood Lane after spending 6 hours there. 5:30 to 5:36 they traveled normally from Whitney Road to Pearl Road, where they turned onto Progress Drive. And you've seen that. She puts the blinker on. She's driving perfectly normal. Life 360 indicated Davion used his phone while the vehicle was still on Progress Drive at 5:35. At 5:35, the Life 360 recorded the vehicle experiencing hard braking well after it was off the road and after it passed the sign at the end of the street, only a few feet after the app indicated a high speed of 90 miles per hour. The application indicated movement towards the Strongsville police station. The application indicated the phone had arrived at the Strongsville police station. Now, Husni Ahmad, the statement contained speculation and opinion. He mentioned a party on Whitey Road where Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion were took place at the house of Paul Berlinghas, and Husney indicated that Dominic and Mackenzie were dating and fought all the time. Husney speculated that Dominic and Mackenzie were fighting before the crash. Husney further added that he believed Davion was a victim and that rumors that Mackenzie and Dominic were on drugs. His statement was enclosed in the case jacket. Now, on August 3rd, Natalie Shirilla left me a voicemail requesting a call back. She stated that she needed to access one of her daughter's social media accounts to obtain a passcode. Natalie had made multiple calls to the police department, including a call to Detective Sergeant Cravatis, who explained to her the phone was logged into evidence. And those calls, we do have those calls, Natalie's calls. We'll listen to those later. And then I called Natalie and left her a voicemail requesting a call back. It says Natalie Shirilla left me another voicemail. Judge John J. Russo, the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas, signed the following search warrants for Mackenzie's cell phone, her medical records, and the Toyota EDR. Once back at my desk, I called Natalie Shirilla. It was apparent that she was at the hospital with Mackenzie. I could hear Mackenzie in the background. Natalie inquired about Mackenzie's cell phone. I explained to her that a county judge had signed a search warrant for Mackenzie's cell phone, which allowed me to gain access to it. Natalie wanted to know how soon she could get the phone back. I told Natalie that if Mackenzie was to voluntarily provide me with her cell phone's passcode, I could access it, download the data pursuant to the search warrant, and return the phone to her the same day. I further added that my other option would be to turn the phone over to an IT professional to bypass the password, and that I would not be able to provide her with a timeline to return the phone. Natalie placed me on hold while she consulted with Mackenzie. Moments later, Natalie returned, and I heard Mackenzie in the background dictating her mother the passcode. Natalie then told me that Mackenzie's cell phone passcode was what it was. Prior to hanging up, I told Natalie that I will hand deliver the cell phone with the passcode to our IT technician and call her at a later time that day to arrange for returning the phone. At 11:30, I turned the phone with the passcode over to David Sems, the IT director. At 12:05, Christine Russo, Dominic's mother, called me. She wanted to know if we had custody of her son's car key, the Cadillac, and his necklace. I called Christine back and told her that we did in fact have a key fob for the Cadillac. The key fob was recovered at the crash scene. I checked the Cadillac key fob out of property, and shortly thereafter I returned it to Christine. She signed a property release form, which enclosed the case jacket. The Cadillac was not involved in this investigation. Tyler Croy agreed to come to the Strongsville Police Department on Thursday, August 11th. David Sems returned Mackenzie's iPhone after extracting the data. Mackenzie Hospital visit number 2. I arrived at Section 7A, room 715 at Metro Health, where Mackenzie was receiving treatment. Upon knocking on the door, I was invited in by her mother, Natalie. Inside the room were 2 unidentified female friends of Mackenzie and her father, Steve. As the 2 guests left the room, a doctor came in to check on Mackenzie. While I filled out the property release form, I overheard an exchange between Mackenzie and the physician, whereby Mackenzie refused to take a shot that would have helped her with the pain. At that time, she and her father got into an argument, and she kicked him out of the room after directing expletives at him. I left the room to wait for the physician to leave. While outside, I motioned for Natalie and Steve to follow me, and once in the hallway, I explained to them that I was about to return Natalie's cell phone, an orange Michael Kors backpack, $165 in cash and clothes that were recovered from the crash scene. It is worthy to note that immediately after the crash, the officers located a clear plastic bag containing a green leafy substance that resembled and smelled like raw marijuana, along with drug paraphernalia inside the orange bag. While talking to the parents, Mackenzie started yelling, telling us not to talk without her being present. Prior to returning to the room, Steve informed me that on the advice of his attorney, he was going to audio record my conversation with his daughter. I told him that I was going to record the audio only using my department-issued body camera. The 3 of us returned to the room. Mackenzie was conscious and alert. She asked that I place the money in her bag, referring to the orange backpack I brought with me. I counted the money
in front of her parents. Mackenzie told her parents to put the money in my bag. Natalie signed the properly released form. Afterward, I handed Mackenzie's parents a copy of the search warrant and the inventory receipt. This probably wasn't even her money. Isn't that funny how she just right away, give me that money. Hold on a second. I want to get to where I can see you guys in case my sound goes out. Let's see. What's going on? What are you? The text messages are interesting read for the detectives, I'm sure. Yeah. So then, okay, let me see. I'm going to get back on here. She asked that I place the money there. I explained to all three the details of the search warrant and the basic nature of the investigation. Steve asked about video surveillance from the crash itself. I also informed them that Strongsville Police Department will be downloading the data from the Toyota ZDR pursuant to another search warrant. Natalie then inquired about the location of the Toyota. At some point, Mackenzie interrupted and addressed her mom in a language that I did not understand. Her mother replied, "You can," indicating that she understood what Mackenzie had said. Mackenzie then turned to me and stated, "Take my whole license away for like 10 years or something like that." Steve then abruptly said, "My daughter was living with Dom at his house. He wanted her property retrieved from the Russo's residence. I explained to them that upon her discharge, we could arrange for an escort with help from a uniformed officer and in coordination with Christine Russo. Before I left, I asked if they had any other questions. Natalie wanted to know why the county would be involved if the families of the deceased did not want to pursue charges. I gave Steve another one of my cards with the report number, and I asked him to pass it along to his attorney. I left the room at 15:27. The audio recording from my conversation was captured by my body cam. I have that up on the channel too. Tyler Croy emailed me back. He said that the party Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion were at prior to the crash took place at Paul Burlinghouse residence in Strongsville. Okay. This is the Toyota EDR. Then they got the videos, which those are up on in one video, but I'm going to put them in their own video and have them uploaded to the playlist. Let's see. I called David Tyler Proctor, who goes by his middle name Tyler. He didn't answer. I called Davion's father, Scott Flanagan, but he didn't answer. And I tried his wife's number, Jamie Flanagan. Uh-oh, what's going on? Now what's wrong? What? What do you need? You can't hear me? Hold on a minute. Okay, Scooter, you don't have to call. Got it. Is it better now? Is it better now? Is it better now? Is it better now? Okay, you don't have to call me. Is it better now? Oh my gosh, Scooter. Is it better now? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Are you saying my sound is still not good? You can't hear me? Can you not hear me? Hello? You can hear me? Can you hear me well? Okay, you guys are playing with me tonight. Oh, then what is Scoots calling me for? I sounded distant. How about, okay. Is it better now? Okay. So here we have, I introduced myself and provided him my contact information. Then he's making these calls. Let's see. I received a call from Roseanne Coyne. She identified herself as Rosie's mother. I explained to her the case I was investigating and asked to interview Rosie. Roseanne agreed to bring Rosie to the police department. She left me a voicemail then asking me to reschedule. I called Rosie Graham. She didn't answer. Okay, everybody didn't want to go in and talk to them. Remember that? Natalie Shirilla reports mean people. I received a call. Let me make this bigger so I can sit further away. I received a call from Natalie Shirilla. She wanted me to report a couple of girls saying mean things to her daughter on social media. Natalie identified Morgan Verbicki as one of the girls. She allegedly sent Mackenzie messages pertaining to the crash. That's Morgan, right? That's the one she says, okay. Yeah, she probably wants to say hi. Wow. She allegedly sent Mackenzie. I'm sounding distant again. I screamed in your earbuds. Oh, I'm sorry, Shanta. Everybody's telling me that, I don't know what you want. Is it still bad or is it good? Can you hear me now? Okay. I have some people saying I'm blowing their eardrums out while other people say they can't hear me. I don't know. Okay. So she identified Morgan Verbicki as one of the girls. She allegedly sent Mackenzie messages pertaining to the crash. Although Natalie said her daughter was no longer on social media, she was unable to provide a phone number for Morgan. The second girl, whom she only identified as Jenna, reportedly blamed Mackenzie for killing Dominic on purpose. Natalie and Mackenzie had screenshots of the messages. I asked her to email them to me and that I would look into it. I further explained to Natalie that unless the speech was threatening in nature, I will not be able to control what people say about the events. Natalie never emailed me the screenshots. I called Diane Vraha and scheduled an interview with her daughter, Kelly. Okay, Carolyn Burlinghas called me back and said she, her husband, and her son, Paul, will be available to come. And I have all of those they're in the playlist, a lot of these interviews. Any ones that I didn't, I will put them in the playlist so you'll have it all. Hi, it's Bink. Let's see what else we have. I served the Strongsville High School principal a subpoena for her full transcripts, attendance records, notes. Let's see. Her blood sample. Okay. Mackenzie's medical report through August 4th was comprised of 473 pages. They were emailed to me. Although the report contained medical terminology, the following stood out to me. Dr. Jacqueline Bosworth noted the following impressions. No acute intracranial abnormality. Multiple hepatic lacerations with the largest on the right lobe, grade 3. No evidence of an active hemorrhage. A possible small grade 1 left renal laceration. Tiny right pneumothorax. Fractures, posterior aspect right 8th through the 10th ribs. Comminuted fracture, distal right humerus. Small volume hemoperitoneum. Small volume left perirenal fluid, possibly a small hematoma. Diagnosis: left occipital condyle avulsion fracture, C-collar. Avulsion fracture of anterior C1 arch, spine, C-collar. Bilateral ICA dissections. Left vertebral artery dissection. Fracture dislocation of the right distal humerus. Fracture dislocation of the right distal femur. Traumatic thoracotomy of the left knee. multiple hepatic lacerations, largest is grade 3. Grade 1 renal, they already said this stuff. Okay. Past medical issues, POTS. Now, the mother already said this, POTS per mother and school records. Social history, denies tobacco, ETOH, and drug use. Ethanol serum, none detected. Nutritional problems, high likelihood of malnutrition. Okay. A registered nurse noted the following on August 6th. During the afternoon, the patient had been expressing needs to attend her late boyfriend's funeral on Sunday, demanding that she would be leaving AMA if she had to. Attempts by nursing trauma residents, her parents, and MH police were made to help the patient understand why she should not leave, while understanding that she is an adult and has a capacity to make the decision to leave. Dr. Lenkov and this nurse discussed what had happened and plans if the situation continued to escalate. The nurse talked with the patient about grief and the emotions she is facing. We talked about how desirable and honorable it would be to at the funeral, but how family and friends would understand that it's not possible for her to attend in person. We talked about how she could use FaceTime on her iPad to be part of the funeral and have family with her while being at the hospital. The patient was able to control her emotions at this point and will accept the plan of the FaceTime link to the funeral and not leaving AMA. She was not showing any desire for self-harm. Okay. Let's see. History of present injury per police to DOA. Multiple drugs found in the vehicle, including mushrooms, toxicology screen. Okay, let's see. In the addendum section, patient without recall of circumstances or timing of collision, patient awake, alert, appropriate, clearly articulated verbal response. I emailed APA Troop Mackenzie's medical records. I emailed Cheryl Greer requesting her phone number to facilitate communication. Steve Shirilla called wanting to get Mackenzie's driver's license from the Russo residence. He was advised to come to the police station and request an escort. Okay, Detective Lieutenant Mason handed me a yellow thumb drive containing the data extracted from Mackenzie's cell phone. I received an email from Detective Vanek stating Monday, August 8th, he contacted Test Oil Inc. and spoke with Brock Holtzapfel, who confirmed that the camera system was 4 minutes and 20 seconds fast of the city camera time. Okay. I received a call from Ted Smith, who works with attorney Brad Koffel. Koffel was retained to represent Mackenzie. Smith also inquired about the possibility of retrieving Mackenzie's ID from the Russo residence. I conveyed to him the same information I did to Steve Shirilla about requesting an escort. Let's see. Okay. ER blood discarded. What? I called Metro Health Pathology Department. I was ultimately transferred to Core Lab. I spoke with Laura, who told me that the only blood samples they have for Mackenzie is from August 3rd, 2022. Laura explained that Mackenzie's blood from July 31st was disposed of per their policy on August 5th. It is worthy to note that the search warrant for the blood was served to Metro Health on August 4th. The audio recording of this call was preserved. Wow. I called Tyler Proctor to schedule an interview. He did not answer. Let's see. Detective Glover and I picked up 2 vials of Mackenzie's blood from the core lab. The vials were taken on August 3rd at approximately 3:10 hours. The second one was taken August 4th. The evidence was brought back to Strongsville PD and entered into property. I emailed Core Lab Supervisor Lakeisha Jackson requesting documentation disposing of the blood samples taken from Mackenzie immediately after arriving at Metro on July 31st. I was seeking an explanation as to why the blood was disposed of one day after I served the search warrant. Jamie Flanagan called to let me know that she and her husband are back in town and that they have made arrangements with Jardine's funeral home regarding Davion's remains. They requested information and updates on the investigation, and we agreed to speak the next day. I received an email from Lakeisha Jackson acknowledging receiving my request. A printout of the email was enclosed in the case jacket under the Evidence and Property tab. A digital copy was preserved. Okay, I emailed the Core Lab Supervisor, Lakeisha, inquiring whether they conducted a drug panel on Mackenzie's blood from July 31st. The blood evidence was dropped off at the toxicology lab. Jason Stibley took custody of the box. Let's see what here. Detective Glover. This cell phone. I want to hear what happened to this blood here. Interview of Kelly Varaha. We already read this one. That's Kelly. That's the one that said about the tripping and everything, right? But there's a little more here about tests. Let me see. Do you trip? We got that. After Kelly said no, she overheard them. Kelly has known Mackenzie for the past year and Davion since summer. She knew Dominic as Mackenzie's boyfriend. She believed they left her house because they were looking to party and her party was too low-key. Kelly doesn't know if Mackenzie buys or sells marijuana, but she said that Dominic used to. When asked about her knowledge of Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship, she said they were cool with each other when she was around. She confirmed hearing from other friends that when they argued, things got really bad. I asked Kelly if she knew where Mackenzie stayed, and she said at Dom's. She admitted being there sometime around March or April of 2022, where she smoked weed with Dominic and Mackenzie. When I asked her if there had ever been in the car with Mackenzie as the driver, she said no. Kelly mentioned that her friend Tess had told her that Mackenzie sucked at driving. Kelly believed Tess was someone who knew Mackenzie very well. Before ending the interview, Kelly mentioned that she heard rumors prior to the crash that Dominic texted at least one family member, "I love you." Okay. I contacted Tess Alfar. She agreed to have a phone interview. Okay. Let's see what we got here. An interview with Scott and Jamie Flanagan. The Flanagans began the interview by telling me about Davion. They described him as a loyal, faithful, kind young man with a big heart and a loving soul. Davion was passionate about football, but in his 3rd game of senior year, he suffered an injury that impacted him on and off the field. The injury marked what the parents describe as a rebellious phase in Davion's life and the onset of his downward spiral. Davion was adopted along with his sisters by the Flanagans when he was around 8 years old after having spent over 2 years in foster care. Davion wanted to be a barber and had plans to attend barber school in Cleveland. He was reportedly the Strongsville High School football team's unofficial barber. Davion graduated from Strongsville High School in 2022, and he started a full-time job with a moving company in Brunswick, Ohio. He was saving money for barber school. This, in part, was one of the reasons he did not go on vacation to North Carolina with his family during the week when he passed away. The other reason he did not go on vacation had to do with Davion wanting to spend some time with some of his friends before they moved away for college. His parents described some factors that contributed to his downward spiral. They cited trust issues due to his childhood abandonment, some marital issues involving the Flanagans, and depression. They believed Davion medicated with marijuana, which drew him close to Dominic Russo, who was well known to have access to marijuana. The Flanagans were aware that Davion was staying with Dominic while they were in North Carolina. According to them, the adult presence, Dominic's family, gave them a level of comfort in knowing supervision would be present. The interview served the purpose of shedding light on Davion's life. It was recorded on my body-worn camera. Okay, now, August 11th, I called Dr. Apollonia at the CCME office at the request of the lab tech, Jason Stibley. Jason wanted me to explain to Dr. Apollonia the circumstances about Mackenzie's blood being several days old. I spoke with Core Lab Supervisor John McGuire, inquiring the blood sample that was withdrawn on the life flight en route to Metro. John told me the blood is still available and it will likely be at the blood bank. He provided me with the name and phone number of the supervisor. John also informed me that Metro Health did not inform Core Lab about the existence of the search warrant for Mackenzie's blood from July 31st. I left a voicemail at the blood bank requesting a call back. Paul Berlinghas arrived at the SPD, accompanied by his mother Carolyn and his father Ron. Paul resides above in Strongsville. He was interviewed because the preliminary investigation indicated that he had hosted the party, which was attended by Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion. According to the screenshots on Davion's Life 360, it looks like all three individuals left Paul's residence less than 10 minutes before the crash. On the night of July 30th, while Paul's parents were away in New York, he had 6 of his friends over. Around 2300 hours, Rosie Graham, Nina, and Landon Bubba Turner arrived at the house. Close to midnight, Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion arrived after having been at a different party. Paul explained that around 100 hours, he went upstairs to sleep. According to him, Mackenzie encouraged him to do so because she was planning on going to sleep as well. As Paul went to sleep, his friends remained downstairs and they were watching South Park. Sometime between 2 and 3, Paul woke up briefly to use the restroom. He saw Mackenzie sleeping on the couch. The rest of the friends were still watching cartoons. Paul went back to sleep. He estimated waking up at approximately 1,000 hours after Rosie called him to let him know about the crash. Paul became friends with Mackenzie his senior year because of homecoming court. According to him, she helped him become more confident. Paul further explained that he was never really friends with Dominic, but since he was Mackenzie's boyfriend, he was welcome. Regarding Davion, he knew him because he lived with Mackenzie and Dom, and he added that everyone loves Davion. In describing the night of July 30th, 2022, Paul didn't think his friends were in the mood to throw a banger. He said Mackenzie was tired because it was late and there was no fighting among the friends based on his observations. When asked about drug use, he said they'd smoked marijuana. When he asked about mushrooms, he said we discussed that but didn't do it. Upon inquiring whether Mackenzie or Dominic had drugs on them that night, Paul said Dominic did, but wasn't sure what type of drugs he had. When asked how he knew, he said, I just know that's who Dom is, and I know he would keep that with him. When I asked if he saw or smelled any, he said no and added, I do not want them to stink up my house. After reading some text exchanges that mentioned his name, extracted from Mackenzie's cell phone, I asked about an exchange between Rosie and Mackenzie whereby Rosie ordered less than a gram of substance for Paul. When asked what Rosie was referring to, he said they discussed whether they were going to do shrooms but decided not to. I asked him if he knew whether his friends did any after he went to sleep, and he said he did not know. When Paul woke up in the morning, he didn't see any drugs left behind or in the trash. I asked Paul about Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship. He said Dominic cheated on Mackenzie on several occasions, and he controlled who she was friends with. However, in describing their behavior that night, he said he did not see anything. Paul never heard Dominic or Mackenzie talk about their own lives. He did mention, however, that Dominic told Mackenzie once that he would not make it past 21 years of age. Paul opined Dominic's statement had more to do with his lifestyle. Next, I inquired whether Paul had ever been a passenger in Mackenzie's car while she drove. He said, "I've refused a ride from Mackenzie." When asked why, he said because she was a bad driver. He further explained that she got in fights while driving. He listed an incident between Mackenzie and her neighbor, who confronted her about running a stop sign. Paul said he used to see Mackenzie zipping through Pearl Road after school. Paul said he refused rides from Mackenzie because he was not stupid and did not want to put himself in a situation he wouldn't want to be in. Paul mentioned Rosie, who was one of Mackenzie's passengers, told him, "Don't go in the car with Kenzie. It's not good." Detective Glover then asked Paul whether he ever saw stories, snaps, or TikTok videos of Mackenzie or Dominic using drugs, and he said yes. While he confirmed seeing them smoking marijuana, he denied seeing Mackenzie using cocaine. He had only heard that she had done so. I then inquired whether any of his friends consumed alcoholic beverages while at his house, and he said no. But when asked if he saw Dominic and Mackenzie smoke marijuana that night, he said Mackenzie did not, at least while I was awake, but Dominic did. He said towards the end of the interview, Paul mentioned that Mackenzie suffered from POTS disorder. He added that Mackenzie's mother was talking about it at the hospital when he visited her after the crash. He described Mackenzie being devastated about the loss of Dominic and that she didn't stop talking about it. Paul also mentioned that Mackenzie's mother had told him and those who were visiting at the hospital not to talk to the police. Okay, don't talk to the police. 11:27, I called Christine Russo to schedule an interview. Let's see here. We got this summary of the fire report. Okay, here's the blood again. Let's see. I called Metro Health Blood Bank Supervisor Monica. She confirmed having 2 remaining vials of Mackenzie's blood. The vials were collected during the flight from the crash scene, July 31st. I met with, he escorted me to Judge Stephen Gall's chambers. Judge Gall signed the warrant for the blood vials. Okay, so he got the blood from the 31st. Let's see here. I emailed APA Troop the 2 screenshots of the Toyota immediately before the crash, and both were captured by Eurofin surveillance camera. The pictures showed the brake lights illuminating mere fractions of a second prior to the crash. The brake lights illuminated. Okay, August 12th, I emailed, about the shrooms that were found on Mackenzie. David Sems exported text messages. I submitted the vial of Mackenzie's blood that I collected the previous day to the CCME's office. Okay, I've got a search warrant for the blood bank. I called Scott and Jamie Flanagan, gave them an update. Services for Davion would be held on Monday at the Grace Church in Middlebrook Heights. Jamie mentioned an Instagram post between a modeling company called Vitali and username Natalie SH66, who is likely Mackenzie's mother, Natalie Shirilla. In her email to me, Jamie wrote the following: "This is a screenshot from our daughter Divine's phone of the social media post from Kenzie about her modeling career. This post is from later in the week after the accident while Kenzie was in the hospital. Divine believes that it was approximately 2 days after the accident. The post was commented on by both Kenzie and her mother, talking about furthering her modeling career. We are extremely upset to see this post and felt it was very disrespectful to our family's loss and to Davion and Dom. It is sickening that someone could be so self-absorbed after causing the death of 2 people and destroying any hopes of their future plans. So yeah, that's when she was talking about, they said, can we use this post on our website? And Natalie says, thank you. You know, I'm the mother. She would love it if you would use this. Okay. And then Kenzie commented, right? We know about that now. That's horrible. Okay. Then Mackenzie's school records came out. Let's see. It says in November of 2017, Dr. Sivarnaman, a neurologist, diagnosed Mackenzie with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, POTS. Dr. Qatar Ali, Mackenzie's pediatrician, noted that POTS often causes transient lightheadedness and dizziness. Dr. Jess Levy, a psychiatrist, diagnosed Mackenzie with anxiety disorder. Mackenzie was prescribed Zoloft. From August 2018 to May 2021, Mackenzie had several behavioral referrals at the Strongsville High School. Most of the offenses fell under one of the categories: skipping class, truancy, defiance, disobedience, noncompliance, disrespect, insolence, and rudeness. In July 2020, Mrs. Carrie Jankar, the school therapist, noted that Mackenzie was participating in therapy to manage symptoms of the following diagnosis: generalized anxiety disorder and disruptive mood dysregulation disorder. Mrs. Jankar noted that due to the aforementioned medical health conditions, Mackenzie experiences the following symptoms: heart racing, racing thoughts, inability to focus, is easily distracted, is easily frustrated, shows a low tolerance to irritation. Oh, shows a low tolerance to irritation. She's irritated AF. Had difficulty making decisions, has verbal or physically aggressive outbursts, tearfulness, withdrawn behaviors, freezes up. You know, she had a father in the home, Brian Harrell. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Freezes up when called on in class, avoidance behaviors. Mackenzie was suspended from school for 10 days and recommended for expulsion from the Polaris Career Center when she was taking classes. On May 5th, 2021, Mackenzie was involved in an altercation with another student in the parking lot of the Polaris Career Center. In December of 2019, Mackenzie was suspended from school after threatening a student with whom she was not supposed to communicate. Her behavior, according to school officials, was not manifested by her disability. In a document entitled Shirilla Behavior Redacted, I noted the following. 4/19/2021, 12:44 hours after an incident with an unidentified teacher. In the additional info section, the following was written by presumably the teacher. Many of the students and a couple of the teachers commented on her behavior and the need for administration to take action. I have been asking for help with her all year. I would like her removed from my room, as I am no longer comfortable with being verbally attacked in front of students and being videotaped while it is happening. And then it says 10/26/2021, 8:20 hours after being seen by a teacher in the bathroom taking selfies, Mackenzie was asked to zip up her hoodie and go to class, to which she responded by calling the teacher a effing biatch and a dumb biatch. Okay, on page 16 of 62, on 2/9/2018, 15:05 hours, Mackenzie and another unidentified female student got into a fight outside the school as they were exiting the building to board their bus home. 5/9/2018, 1500 hours, Mackenzie allegedly said to another student, "If I was a slave owner, I would have killed that person." The statement was made in addition to other comments made at lunch about the student. Although Mackenzie reportedly denied making the statement, at least 3 witnesses claimed they heard her. Wow. Great. Excuse me. 6/6/2018, 9:57 hours. An unidentified student reported that Mackenzie airdropped a meme of SpongeBob saying, "Wow, I spy an N-word." Upon being questioned, Mackenzie stated she was airdropped the meme but deleted it. She then changed her story a few minutes later, stating she never received the meme. This became just cause for emergency removal. The meme was reportedly seen on the phone and directly attributed to Mackenzie. Wow. 10/29/2018, during class, Mackenzie was seen playing a game on her phone. When the teacher asked her to get off the phone, Mackenzie told her she was playing a game with her mother. The teacher repeated herself a second time, and Mackenzie failed to comply. When the teacher told her to go to the administration office, Mackenzie went to the restroom and locked herself in a stall. It took several teachers to address the matter with her. Mackenzie and unidentified friends arrived at the school dance, smelling of marijuana and acting erratically. This is 2019. They were confronted by SPD who were present at the ticket table. Okay. In a document, Shirilla PDF X example notice of out-of-school suspension with expulsion recommendation. The letter, which was signed by Natalie Shirilla, highlighted repeated acts of misconduct and threats made by Mackenzie towards another unidentified student. Okay. Rosie Graham's father cancels her interview. David Graham, Rosie's father, left me a voicemail canceling the interview with his daughter. He explained that the decision to cancel was based on Rosie's doctor's recommendation, given her mental and psychological status after the crash. I returned Graham's call and wished Rosie well, and I asked him to call me when Rosie is able to talk. On August 17th, Natalie Shirilla left me a voicemail letting me know about rumors that David Tyler Proctor was planning on assaulting Mackenzie upon her release from the hospital. She requested that I address the rumor with him. Okay, let's see what we got here. August 22nd, 2022, Detective Vanek received an email from Mick Polo from NCDS Medical Billing and attached a photo showing a vehicle traveling on Progress Drive. Okay, that's about the... okay, let's see. Here's meme people again. I called Natalie back and explained to her the best way to report threats to the police. She was advised to call 911 if she sees someone around her residence or to call the non-emergency number for rumors. I overheard Mackenzie say that Rosie and Bubba were the ones who heard the rumors directly. I urged her to have them call me. I called David Tyler Proctor. He did not answer, and I was unable to leave him a voicemail because it was full. I called Deanna Fosnight, David Tyler Proctor's mom. She took my phone number down and told me she will have him call me. I called Tensneem Alfar, who goes by the name of Tess. She has known Mackenzie since the summer of 2021. Although they hung out as part of a group, they were not close friends. I wanted to know from her about Mackenzie's driving, and Tess described Mackenzie as a reckless driver who tended to speed in residential areas. She recounted from personal experience an incident whereby she was a passenger in a vehicle Mackenzie was driving. According to her, they were en route to South Park Mall in Strongsville. when she told Mackenzie to slow down. Tess mentioned 2 friends who might be able to shed more light on this, Natalie Blaha and Hope. When asked about Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship, Tess said they fought a lot. She described Mackenzie as selfish, who threw people under the bus. According to her, Mackenzie was disrespectful to her mother and father, especially in front of others. Tess seemed reluctant to provide more information. At the time of the phone call, she was starting her freshman year at Kent State University and did not want to get involved. She did, however, mention she had heard rumors about Mackenzie having used acid, cocaine, and marijuana, although she never witnessed it. I called Natalie Blaha, left her a voicemail. Landon Bubba Turner. He did not answer. Mackenzie's text messages. The following stood out to me. Mackenzie, are Paul's parents going to be there? Rosie says, no, they're gone. Mackenzie says, do you think it's cool to trip there? Rosie said, yep. Mackenzie said, okay, I'm trusting you. Rosie, his parents aren't tweaks like Bubba. Rosie said they would probably let him have people over. Then Rosie, I'm going to be by Paul's at 11. Rosie said, could we still buy off Dom? If you guys don't want a trip, you should just come hang for a little smoke or whatever. Mackenzie says, okay. Bet, do you need mushroom emoji? Mackenzie says, we might come. Rosie says, yes. Rosie says, me, Paul, Nina, and Bubba need them. And Rosie and some bud. Then Rosie said they want $40 worth of bud. Okay, Nina wants 1.5. Paul wants 2.5. All right, let's see. I spoke with Christine Russo. Update her on the status of the investigation. I confirmed APA troop and I will meet in the next few weeks in order to get screenshots of messages she has been receiving from Mackenzie and her mother. Most notably, Ms. Russo mentioned that for the past year, Mackenzie had been living with Dominic as opposed to living with her parents. Also, Ms. Russo provided a phone number for one of Dominic's lifelong friends. His name is Thomas Blair Wallace and goes by the name Blair. Mackenzie's application for a driver's license. I called Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, investigator Michelle Rominsky, about Mackenzie's application for driver's license. I inquired whether Mackenzie in her application listed whether or not she suffered from a condition that would affect her ability to drive. My suspicion arose after reading in Mackenzie's school records about her November 2017 POTS and DMDD diagnoses. Rominsky was able to review Mackenzie's application dated April 22nd, 2021, and told me she answered no to the following questions: whether she suffered from a condition that resulted in episodic impairment of consciousness or loss of muscular control, whether she suffered a physical or mental condition that prevented her from exercising reasonable and ordinary control of a motor vehicle, and whether she was chemically dependent on alcohol or drug of abuse or currently using alcohol or drug of abuse. Shortly thereafter, Rominsky emailed me a PDF of Mackenzie's application for driver's license. The document had been digitally added to the network folder and a hard copy enclosed. I called Blair Wallace. He didn't answer. I called Landon Turner, left a voicemail. I called Natalie Blaha, left a voicemail. Sergeant Ryan Fox. Let's see if we have anything about the braking. Let's see. Regarding the email I sent him on August 8th regarding the braking discrepancy, Sergeant Fox emailed me the raw data would still need to be analyzed before he could provide a conclusive answer or explanation. I called Blair for the second time. Call went straight to voicemail. Blair called back and left a voicemail requesting to change an interview time. I called David Tyler Proctor. I called Blair back, reconfirming, okay. I called Mackenzie's attorney, Brad Koffel, to request an official interview with her. Upon asking Koffel if he was Mackenzie's legal counsel, he said no. He explained that he referred her to an attorney in the Cleveland area. Koffel asked that I email him all my contact information so he could pass the message along. I called Deanna Fosnight, David Taylor Proctor's mother, to inquire whether she delivered the message to have him call me. She said she had. In fact, she said she was shocked to know Tyler had not called me back. She opined that he might be worried about getting Mackenzie in trouble and wanting to save face in front of his circle of friends. I stressed the importance of the information that he possessed for my investigation, particularly about the relationship with Mackenzie, given the fact that she, Deanna, relayed details about Mackenzie's relationship with Tyler pertaining to the infliction of bodily harm. I further explained to her that should Tyler not cooperate, the prosecutor will likely get directly involved and subpoena Tyler as a material witness. Okay, I called somebody with the Parma Police Department to request assistance in identifying a forensic mechanic. Okay, let's see. About the blood and urine, I have received a phone call from Stephen McGowan. He's a local attorney representing Mackenzie. After introductions, he asked about blood and urine tests. I did not answer questions except for officially requesting to interview Mackenzie, and I provided him APA troop's name and office number. Okay. I called Landon Turner. Phone interview with Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan. I called Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan and updated them on the status of the case. And during our conversation, I inquired about Davion's cell phone. I asked them who owned it, who paid for it, and who paid the bill. The Flanagans confirmed that Davion paid for the phone and the monthly bill, and that he was the sole owner of it. I informed them of my intent to search the phone for text messages, calls, or recordings, particularly on Snapchat, beginning July 31st until 5:40 hours. I further explained the reason behind the search would be to identify recordings, messages, or calls that might shed light on what was happening inside the vehicle from the time they left Brushwood Lane until the crash, and possibly the party. Both Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan explained that they wanted to know the truth. Next, I inquired whether Davion's best friend, Landon Bubba Turner, had been in contact with them. They both stated that immediately after the crash, he requested and was granted permission to walk through Davion's bedroom as a means of seeking closure. When I informed them that Landon was not cooperating with the investigation, they mentioned that Landon had told them an encounter he had with Steve Shirilla at the hospital when he was visiting Mackenzie. According to Landon, Steve looked him in the eye and asked him to help him save his daughter. I also informed the Flanagans about the situation with Metro Health regarding Mackenzie's blood vials and the subsequent search warrants for the vials at the blood bank. Finally, I told them that APA Troop was aware of the situation. Interview with Thomas Blair Wallace. Let's see. Blair told me he had known Dominic Russo for approximately 4 to 5 years after having met while attending Strongsville High School. Blair stated he used to communicate with Dominic on a daily basis. Blair described Dominic as one of his best friends. When asked if Dominic ever confided in him about his relationship with Mackenzie, Blair asked that I be more specific. I narrowed the scope of the question by asking if he knew whether Dominic and Mackenzie got along, whether they fought, whether Dominic expressed that Mackenzie was crazy, or whether he was afraid of being around her. Blair said no. Blair informed me that the last time he had communicated with Dominic was the day of the crash. He further explained communication was in the form of a message around 2200 hours, July 30th, 2022. The communication did not reveal where Dominic was. In terms of the content of the message, Blair said Dominic thanked him for kicking it with him because they hung out together earlier in the day. According to Blair, the conversation did not include any complaints about Mackenzie. In describing Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship, Blair was unable to provide enough details to shed light on the relationship. I asked him if they displayed affection publicly or if they bickered in front of people. He said no. He also denied seeing them fight or argue. Furthermore, Blair said Dominic never expressed concerns to him about his safety around Mackenzie or about her driving. Upon asking if he was ever a passenger in a vehicle operated by Mackenzie, Blair said once. When asked if he felt safe when she drove, he said, yeah. According to him, he was not in fear for his life or regretful of being a passenger while she drove. Additionally, Blair said he never heard either Dominic or Mackenzie ever talk about taking their lives. Dominic never expressed fear of Mackenzie or any indication that she would take her life. I asked Blair if he had heard from Dominic any time after their last communication, July 30th, 2022 at 2200 hours. He said Dominic called him FaceTime on July 31st at approximately 2:41 hours. Blair did not answer because he was asleep. Blair confirmed it was unusual and out of the ordinary for Dominic to call around that hour. Blair also told me that Mackenzie had been trying to get in contact with Blair through Christine Russo since the crash. Blair does not know why Mackenzie has been trying to contact him. He also mentioned Kyle Smith of Lakewood as being another of Dominic's friends who received one of the I love you text messages before the crash. According to Blair, between 2:41 hours and 3:30 hours, Dominic reportedly sent I love you text messages to his mother, father, and brother. On advice of his counsel, he did not give me Kyle's contact information. Blair said it was not unusual for Dominic to say I love you to his friends, but it was unusual for him to say it to Kyle and his father. Regarding Mackenzie, Blair said he had known her through Dominic for approximately 3 years. The approximate 17-minute interview was audio recorded. Throughout the interview, I noticed Blair was reluctant to share information. He seemed reserved and quiet. I explained to Blair that Dominic's mother was the one who directed me to speak with him because he was Dominic's best friend and knew him best. After providing him with my card and contact information, I encouraged him to share it with his friends who might be able to help. On Metro Toyota, okay, Cuyahoga County Court of Pleas, Metro Health Medical Records, okay. I emailed Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan requesting permission to access Davion's cell phone, even though they lacked standing, given that he paid for it and for the monthly bill. Less than 20 minutes later, Scott Flanagan replied, stating, "You have the written permission of both Jamie and myself to access Davion's cell phone for the time period you mentioned. Please let us know if there's anything else you need from us, and have a great rest of your day." See here, I forwarded Scott Flanagan. Let's see here. I emailed the Flanagans inquiring about Davion's cell phone passcode. Okay. Scott Flanagan emailed me stating we do not have his passwords for his phone, as he was intensely private in his dealings with us. However, one of his best friends, Kyle Harper, has a facial unlock on Davion's phone. We will reach out to Kyle and have him contact you so that you could set up a meeting. Lab results. Judge Russo. Let me see here. The medical records report was the second one received from Metro Health. The first report covered July 31st, 2022 until August 4th. The second report covered August 5th until the discharge date. Both reports were pursuant to 2 separate warrants. On 8/19/2022 at 11:02 hours, Dr. Adrienne Lee wrote, does state she wants to die, but denies any active plans to harm or hurt herself. Feels grief over loss of boyfriend, Dom, who was a passenger in the motor vehicle crash. On 8/19/2022, Tyler Bilanovic, an occupational therapist, registered license, wrote, patient makes continued statements of depression. And why did this happen to me? Mom and dad both acknowledge her feelings and assist her with making patient feel better. 8/12/2022, 13:46, Dr. Leon Ray White documented the following. 8/6/2022, patient insisted she goes to her deceased boyfriend's funeral. On 8/7, threatens to leave AMA or take her own life if she's not allowed to go. Multiple attempts to redirect and reason with her were unsuccessful. On 8/15/2022, an art therapist documented the following in his notes. Patient stated she would be interested to attempt coloring, then declined due to focus on her grief. Patient then became tearful, processing heavy loss and depression since her accident. Patient shared feelings of grief, guilt, and shame. Patient stated she wanted to die, and that it was her fault for killing her boyfriend. Okay. On 8/16, Dr. Elizabeth Drebin said prior to the accident, she was living for the last few months with her boyfriend of 4 years, who was killed in the accident with another friend. Dr. Drebin diagnosed Mackenzie with acute stress reaction and grief. She also noted mental health history, reports some history of anxiety, had some past counseling, and was on Zola for about a year. She did not feel either was helpful, and at this point is firm about not being on psych meds. Okay. I ran the Toyota plate. I emailed the Flanagans wanting to know if they were able to make contact with Kyle Harper, who was reportedly able to access Davion's phone using his face. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Flanagan replied saying, his parents are discussing it with him today, but much to our disappointment, they were hesitant to involve their son and didn't want to disrespect Davion's privacy in their initial talk with us. We obviously advocated for our son and reassured them you were only looking for evidence that would help clarify the events that happened prior to the crash. We're hopeful that they will change their mind and do the right thing, but it certainly can't be counted on at this point. We'll definitely keep you updated when we hear back from them. I called Landon Bubba Turner. He didn't answer. Let's see. Jamie Flanagan sent me 4 emails containing passcodes that she thinks might enable me to access Davion's phone. Scott Flanagan emailed me to let me know that Kyle's father contacted him to let him know that he will allow Kyle to attempt accessing Davion's phone. Using the passcode provided by Mrs. Flanagan, I was able to access Davion's cell phone, a copy of the email. Okay, so they got in there. Data from Davion's phone. I reviewed the contents from Davion's phone. Okay, and it says, I noticed that under the searched items tab that on July 30th, 2022 at approximately 12:15 p.m., a person using Davion's cell phone typed the following into the search engine. How long does it take for acid kick in? The spreadsheet is digitally attached. Okay, a PDF report of Davion's cell phone was comprised of 11,074 pages. My interest in reviewing the contents from Davion's phone stemmed from the reports that he was texting with someone at approximately 5:30 hours on July 31st, just before the crash. Also, it was brought to my attention that Davion liked to record events and people around him, and I was curious to know whether he recorded anything from inside the Toyota from the time he and Mackenzie and Dominic left Brushwood Lane until the time of the crash. The following are my observations. Davion did not receive any calls between July 30th at 18:51 hours and July 31st, 2022 at 8:11 hours. The last phone call he received and answered prior to the crash was from his sister, Davion Flanagan, on FaceTime on July 30th at approximately 18:16 hours. According to Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan, Davion called Davion. She and the rest of her family were shopping in North Carolina, and she wanted to know what to get him. Davion called Davion again at 18:51 hours. The status of that call phone log was listed as missed. The last instant message he received was on July 31st, 2022, and the content of that message and the owner of the phone message remain unknown, as they have no bearing on the investigation. No recordings from the party at Pearl Burling House were present. No recordings from inside the Toyota. The last known time Davion reportedly used his cell phone was July 31st at approximately 5:30 hours, shortly before the crash, and based on the screenshot right here, provided by his friend Tyler Croy, on August 2nd, 2022, Davion exchanged messages with Croy using the social media application Snapchat. The exchange was initiated by Davion at 4:05 hours on August 11th at 2022 at 14:37 hours. Detective Glover interviewed Croy, referred to Detective Glover's investigation regarding the interview. Okay. Kenzie's attorney, she will not be giving us a statement. Okay. Landon Turner, they're still. Detective Glover and I called Scott Flanagan. I informed him of my intent to search all of Davion's cell phone content. Flanagan did not object. In fact, he and his wife support our efforts to uncover the truth about the crash. Flanagan mentioned that his wife, Jamie, had heard from Strongsville high school kids that Dominic was known to traffic in drugs and guns. He expressed to them that a separate investigation could be opened at the conclusion of the crash. We agreed to meet with the Flanagans on Friday, September 16th. Frank Russo called me. He identified himself as Dominic's father. He also asked about the status of the investigation, and I told him it was still in progress. He wanted to know when it would be complete, and I told him I could not give him an answer. Okay. Forensic inspection report of the Camry, a 7-page report. In short, Sergeant opined at the bottom of page 6 that although the examination of the subject vehicle revealed impact-induced damage to the steering, suspension, braking system, engine, and throttle systems, no evidence of fault or defect was found that may have caused or contributed to the inability to control the vehicle. Sergeant concluded that the Toyota was free of defect at the time of the event and showed no evidence of a malfunction causing or contributing to the event. Nothing. It is worthy to note that on page 5 of the report, Sergeant addressed the presence of Mackenzie's slipper on the accelerator pedal. He noted that the slipper, in and of itself, would not have resulted in any type of unwanted throttle application. The slipper was solely stuck by the deformation of the floorboard that surrounded the accelerator assembly as a result of the impact event. Okay, on page 1, I noted that a minor error whereby Sergeant documented the crash had occurred on July 21st instead of July 31st. Text messages between Christine and Mackenzie. The following stood out. On 9/23/2020, Christine says, "Just let shite go for now. Lay low, please. It will be all right." 12/28/2020, Mackenzie says, "Dom is saying he wants to hurt himself." Christine says he is all right, and in brat mode, he hit his head on the wall. At 1/2/2021, Christine says, "You need me to come here because I can't leave because Dom now shoved a towel in Tom's throat." (1/30/2021), Mackenzie, "I was feeling all weird and having a lot of anxiety from withdrawal, and I just wanted to leave my friends, and I was begging him to get me, and he didn't get me." 1/30/2021 at 21:25 hours, Mackenzie, "Dom is texting me being really crazy, so please keep an eye on him. I'm worried AF." 1/31/2021 at 11:09 hours, Mackenzie says, "I didn't mean to make him flip out. I just can't take him yelling at me all night and all day." Christine says, "I know, you should have just hugged him." Mackenzie says, "I just couldn't. He's been too mean to me, and I couldn't take it all. I couldn't take it. All I did was try to help him." Christine says, "He's out of control, hates Chris. I feel so bad." Mackenzie says, "Yeah, I tell him all the time he just needs to go get some help, but he never listens." Christine says, "Me too." Mackenzie said he would be so much happier. Christine says, "I'm going to take him to get his aluminum levels checked. I guess if you did your body of them, it cures depression and that stuff calling Monday." Mackenzie says, "OMG, he really needs some help. I try really, really hard to help him as much as I can, but most of the time it's not enough." Mackenzie says, "It really hurts me to see him like this. He acts like I want him to feel this way." 3/5/2022. Russo says, "He just got home. Avoid conflict, please. You can call me." Mackenzie says, "I'm just waiting to talk to him." Russo says, "They just left. It's going to be a while. You should respect his space while he's gone." Russo says, "I asked you to leave. You should have respect and left." Mackenzie said he's home now. 7/2/2022. Russo says, "Don't fight. Just leave. Take a break." Mackenzie says, "I already left. Dom needs some therapy. He's so mean." 7/3/2022. Mackenzie says, "Dom is threatening to take me to civil court." Mackenzie says, "I tried really hard to work everything out, but he's just being mean to me, and I don't know what to do. But now he's threatening my mom." Mackenzie, "He didn't even text me. He texted my mom that he's taking her to civil court after she helped him." Christine says he's just blowing off steam. Mackenzie says, "I left after he told me we should just talk, and then he threatened my mom. So I think he's actually done with me this time. I don't know." Christine says, "Well, you should have asked before ordering stuff." Mackenzie said, "I did. He gave me the money to put on my card." Let's see, 7/17, 12:45. Mackenzie says, "Can you come get Dom? He just grabbed my steering wheel on the highway, trying to spin out my car and hurt me." Then Mackenzie says, "I'm scared to drive because it's raining, so I need him to get picked up. If he doesn't get out of my car, I'm calling my dad, so please tell him to get me." Christine says, "Hench is on his way. Calm down for now at least. For now, please." She says, "Please." Mackenzie says, "To be honest, I can't calm down when he just tried to end my life, and then he lied to you about it. I'm just trying to diffuse for now." Christine says, "I'm not mad at anyone." Mackenzie says, "I don't think he's capable of that when he keeps telling me to shut up and to duct tape my mouth." Mackenzie says, "I don't feel safe. He's also threatening to blackmail me to my mom. He's not getting out. He's also blocked me, so I can't go pick up any of my belongings at his house. I hope this is going to be a learning experience for him of what not to do to a woman, because I really don't think he knows how to treat them all. Christine says, stop the fighting and stop lying. When he gets his things, you can get yours. Mackenzie says, first of all, I'm not lying about anything. Maybe you shouldn't take his word so seriously. You ain't know how he treats me behind closed doors. It's never okay. And to try to end somebody's life or put their hands on people? Christine says, no one should touch anyone. No fighting for sure in the car. He never puts his hands on you, Christine says. Mackenzie says, you need to tell him that. He tried to end my life today and told me, do you want to die? I almost hit the wall, and I could have died. Christine says, and you haven't blackmailed him with the cops 100 times? Let's see. I called the Elira Police Department to inquire about the call Natalie Shirilla made to the Elira Police. Mackenzie had mentioned in a text message to Christine Russo on August 14, 2020 at 16:15 hours that her mother had called the Elira Police. Upon Googling Elira Police, the only result indicated a misspelling of the name. I also searched for reports by Natalie Shirilla and did not see any. Elira Police Dispatch informed me Natalie never called to file any reports with the agency. Something else Mackenzie lied about? Yeah. Upon location data extracted, I searched whether Mackenzie's phone had registered the area of progress. Alameda Drive. Here's the interview with Christine Russo, which is also audio, is on the playlist, okay? This is the summary. Christine Russo, Dominic's mother, came to the police station by herself for the interview. The primary purpose was to shed light on the relationship between her deceased son and his girlfriend, Mackenzie Shirilla. Detective Glover and I conducted the interview in one of the interview rooms. I began the interview by revisiting a statement made by Russo immediately after the crash, whereby she did not believe the cause of the crash had anything to do with impairment. Russo stated that a few days before the interview, she asked Mackenzie why they hadn't called someone to pick them up instead of driving, and she told her they weren't effed up at the time of the crash. The conversation between the two happened at the cemetery and was not recorded. Christine brought up rumors that were being circulated among Dominic and Mackenzie's friends regarding what happened at the Burlinghouse residence. We did not delve into the specifics of what was being said, and during the conversation, however, Christine mentioned that Dominic's best friend, Blair Wallace, whom I interviewed on August 26, had told her that I was inquiring whether the three occupants of the vehicle had made a pact to end their lives. I clarified to Russo that I only asked Blair whether Dominic had ever confided in him about Mackenzie specifically, whether Dominic was ever concerned about the safety as a result of his relationship with Mackenzie, whether it was from her driving or taking her own life or homicidal ideations. These questions were necessary given the information provided by Davion Flanagan, Tyler Proctor's mother, about Mackenzie threatening the life of her son when they were dating. I sought corroboration to confirm or dispel whether Mackenzie had any of these ideations or whether Dominic was concerned for his safety. Blair was unable to answer the question, but mentioned that Dominic never discussed the topic with him. Christine suggested I talk to her son Angelo. According to her, Dominic had confided in him about his relationship with Mackenzie. Christine further stated that Mackenzie constantly threatened Dominic. She mentioned the incident from a week before the crash, whereby Mackenzie threatened to crash the car she was driving while Dominic was with her. Text messages between Christine and Mackenzie exist about the incident. The messages took place on July 17th at approximately 12:45 hours. Mackenzie texted Russo saying, "Can you come get Dommy? Just grab my steering wheel on the highway, trying to spin out my car and hurt me." Christine explained that during the incident, she was on the phone with Dominic, who was calm, thus contradicting what Mackenzie was telling her about being out of control. Dominic was described by his mother as not having been too involved with social media or even text messages. She explained that he preferred calling people directly to talk. She also described him as a safe driver. I asked Christine to describe Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship, and she said Dominic was private about his arguments with Mackenzie, but Angelo told her Mackenzie would threaten Dominic all the time. Russo described Mackenzie as wanting everything to be about her, and she explained that Dominic continuously catered to her. Christine told us Mackenzie had stayed in touch with her since the crash, and Christine admitted to having maintained the relationship partly because Mackenzie was still sharing with her photographs, video, and audio recordings of Dominic. According to her, Mackenzie claims to know nothing and remembers nothing about the events that led to the crash. When asked about where Mackenzie had been living for the past 4 months, Christine stated Mackenzie had been begging her to come over to the house, referring to the Russo's residence, particularly the one where Dominic was living. Russo explained that although Dominic slept in the house next door, presumably with Mackenzie, he maintained his bedroom in his mother's house. Russo explained the reason for this arrangement had to do with the strained relationship between Dominic and his older brother Chris. It is worthy to note that Christine Russo owns both properties. This was confirmed by checking the online property search portal. Next, I asked Christine Russo for consent to search Dominic's cell phone, which at the time was in police custody. She denied consent to search the phone, citing confidential communication, attorney-client privileged communication with Dominic, and I explained to her that during the interview with Blair Wallace, he revealed that Dominic had tried to call him via FaceTime around 300 hours and that Dominic had texted "I love you" to at least one friend and family member. Russo volunteered to obtain the call log and the text message log between Dominic's cell phone from the cell phone online account by Verizon. Russo added that Dominic was more of a caller than he was a texter. Russo explained her desire to obtain Dominic's phone, citing his online investments, bank, business accounts, and cryptocurrency accounts, which were only accessible via the respective applications installed on his cell phone. According to Christine Russo, Dominic was in the music recording business. I told Russo that I will convey her request to obtain Dominic's phone to APA Troop to decide. I inquired about Dominic's mental health, given information obtained from text messages between Russo and Mackenzie, whereby Mackenzie urged Russo to have Dominic visit a mental health specialist. Christine denied that Dominic suffered from depression. She explained that after the incident involving his brother Chris, the Barrera Municipal Court mandated that Dominic submit to a mental health evaluation and a drug screening. She said that he was in possession of that report, in which he was not diagnosed with any mental health issues. She confirmed he was never wanting to take his own life, and any time the mention of taking his own life came up, it was done by Mackenzie. She also added that Dominic was issued a medical marijuana card because of an ankle injury. I asked Christine Russo about the text message exchange with Mackenzie dated July 17th at approximately 12:45. Mackenzie asked Christine to pick up Dominic from her car, which was stopped on the side of an unknown highway. Mackenzie claimed Dominic had grabbed her steering wheel in an attempt to spin out the car and hurt her. Christine explained that Mackenzie always blamed Dominic for whatever the issues were going on between them. She further added that Dominic called her and calmly asked her to come pick him up because Kenzie is being crazy. She's threatening to crash the car on the highway. What? What happened? Oh, you scared me. What about, can you still hear me, Hi? Hi's texting a great car. And then I said, she stepped away. Okay, I'm here. Can you still hear me? You can, right? Good. I hope so. Explained that Mackenzie always blamed Dominic, right? Kenzie, and then Dominic called her and calmly asked her to come pick him up because Kenzie was being crazy. She's threatening to crash the car on the highway. Christopher Martin, who goes by the name Hench, picked up Dominic that day. He was identified by Russo as a friend of Dominic. Okay, good. I was getting nervous with all the text messages. Okay, thanks, Just Pepper. In summary, Russo doubted the possibility that Dominic's and Mackenzie would have made a pact to end their lives with Davion in the vehicle. She opined that OVI was unlikely to cause the crash. The interview was audio recorded, and that's also in the playlist if you want to listen to it. Deanna Fosnight emailed me a photo of Mackenzie attending a party in Cleveland. She wrote, September 17, 2022, Mackenzie partying at a Kid Cudi festival in the flats at Jacob Pavilion in Nautica. This is just upsetting. 49 days after killing 2 people she loved, and she had to make it downtown to a party. Fosnight also attached a 1-second clip of Mackenzie being wheeled by another female. The photo and video were attached digitally to the network folder. I called Deanna Fosnight to follow up on an email she sent upon requesting an in-person interview. She said she cannot do it, citing work commitments. She did, however, agree to a phone interview for September 29th. I forwarded Fosnight's email to the APA troop. Okay, I called Dominic's brother, Angelo Russo, to schedule an interview with him. He did not answer. I left a voicemail. I emailed Sergeant Ryan Fox. I called Angelo Russo. He did not email. I called Tyler Croy. Called Angelo Russo. This is that. I began reviewing the contents from Shirilla's Snapchat account. Okay, and this is when they were at the church. On the church, yeah. Breaking an entry. Snapchat, Davion Flanagan. I emailed Snapchat. Okay. Interview with Angelo Russo. Is this another one? Because they already had it, right? We already went through Angelo's. But this must be different. Maybe it's different. I explained to Angelo that I was interested in what he knew about Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship. Angelo described being close to Mackenzie in the early years of her relationship with Dominic. He said that she would talk to him like a big brother. We went through the notes. That's what the notes, yeah. About self-esteem issues she was having and about relationship issues with Dominic, particularly about him wanting to break up with her. Angelo mentioned how Mackenzie would act crazy when she suspected Dominic of being unfaithful to her. He further explained that when issues in Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship arose, things did not take a healthy course. Over time, Angelo's relationship with Mackenzie weakened and eventually ended because she was selfish. I asked Angelo to explain what he meant when he described Mackenzie as crazy, and he said that Mackenzie would call Dominic and threaten to end her life if Dominic broke up with her. Angelo further explained that both Mackenzie and Dominic had separately shared this information with him. He said that although Dominic cared for Mackenzie, he was tired of her controlling and selfish personality, which led to him wanting to end the relationship. Angelo added that any time Dominic would attempt to end the relationship, Mackenzie would make threats. Angelo admitted that it had been a while since Mackenzie threatened to take her own life. He attributed this to the fact that he had blocked her on Snapchat and even blocked her cell phone. When asked where Mackenzie had been living for the past 6 months, Angelo said he had seen her at Dominic's house almost every night. Although Angelo never directly asked Dominic whether Mackenzie was living with him, he confirmed having seen her sleeping on his couch even when Dominic, Angelo, and their friend Blair would be recording music in the house. He further added that Mackenzie spent more time at Dominic's house than she did at her own, especially at night. He further confirmed that Mackenzie had property. Hold on a minute. Where's that? Mackenzie had property, clothes, and makeup at Dominic's house. Christine Russo then added that not only did Mackenzie have clothes at Dominic's house, she also had clothes at Christine's house. In fact, Christine confirmed having washed some of Mackenzie's clothes before Dominic moved next door. Christine added that Mackenzie left shoes in the living room and purses in the back room. During the interview, Angelo mentioned that before the crash, he had been in direct contact with Mackenzie's mother, Natalie, about some of Mackenzie's problem. He mentioned an incident about contacting Natalie regarding Mackenzie's antidepressant prescription medication. According to Angelo, Mackenzie stopped taking her antidepressants which she had been prescribed since middle school. Mackenzie reportedly told Angelo that the pills made her feel worse, which was the reason she stopped taking them. When Angelo brought the issue to Natalie's attention, he described her attitude as being, "Don't tell me how to raise my daughter." Next, I inquired whether Dominic confided in Angelo by expressing any concerns for his safety, and Angelo stated that Dominic had attempted to break up with Mackenzie multiple times in July of 2022. He narrated a story from the month before the crash where Mackenzie assaulted Dominic while Dominic was driving on some highway. According to Angelo, Dominic stopped his car at the side of the highway and had to have someone pick them up because he was worried Mackenzie was going to crash the car. This story sounded similar to the one I read about in the text message exchange, and I had talked to Christine about during the interview. Christine and Angelo talked amongst each other to ensure they were not telling me the same story, but with the facts twisted. At the end, both believed there were two highway incidents preceding the crash. In one, Mackenzie was driving the car, and the other, Dominic was driving his. Christopher Hench Martin was the person who picked them up in both incidents. At that point, I expressed interest in interviewing Chris in order to determine the accuracy of the highway incidents. On 10/6/2022, Christine told me that after questioning Christopher Hench Martin about the incident, he told her it only happened once. There were not two different incidents. According to Angelo, in recent months, Dominic had been wanting to break up with Mackenzie because he was getting tired of her possessiveness. He added that recently they were fighting between 2 to 3 times per week. Angelo confirmed having witnessed their verbal altercations, but never a physical altercation. Christine, on the other hand, stated that Dominic had called her in the past to get Mackenzie to leave his house because she physically assaulted him. Angelo added that even when Mackenzie got kicked out of Dominic's house, she would return immediately afterward in an attempt to gain entry. Angelo mentioned that when Mackenzie was in 10th grade, anytime she got kicked out of Dominic's house during a fight, she would go to the house next door and text Dominic about wanting to take her own life. Once she had her driver's license, when she got kicked out, she would drive herself back to his house. Angelo added that as Mackenzie grew up, her behavior became more erratic. Upon asking if he was ever a passenger in a vehicle operated by Mackenzie, Angelo said no. He mentioned that Mackenzie told him she was a great driver, but he had heard the opposite from someone else. Angelo suspected the person was Blair, but he wasn't certain. Angelo added that he never wanted to get in a car with Mackenzie driving because of her anxiety and the fact that she was high-strung. According to Christine, Dominic and his friend Blair constantly biatched about Mackenzie's speeding and crazy driving habits. I specifically asked Angelo if he knew from Dominic about threats made by Mackenzie in 2022, and he said threats were made, and Dominic told him Mackenzie was crazy enough to follow through on the threats she had made. Angelo did not provide specific examples of such threats. In closing, I asked Angelo what he thought happened in the car immediately before the crash, given his knowledge of Dominic and Mackenzie and his description of the relationship. He believed the crash was not an accident. Rather, it was a deliberate act whereby Mackenzie intentionally drove the car into the building. Angelo believed that some sort of fight or possibly an argument took place in the car, which prompted Mackenzie to purposefully crash the car. Angelo suspected Dominic might have tried talking Mackenzie down. Angelo doubted Dominic wanted to take his life at the time of the crash. According to him, Dominic had plans about opening his own business. Before we ended the recording, Christine mentioned an incident where Dominic struck the mailbox in front of her house while driving as a result of being assaulted by Mackenzie. According to her, the incident happened March of 2022. I called Deanna Fosslight for our agreed-upon interview. Let's see this. I called Deborah Myers. She was identified as Reverend Coon's caretaker. Okay, I'm going to stop there for tonight. That we did a lot. There's a lot in this report. There's a lot in the other stuff. We'll continue tomorrow night with that. I also want to have a craft night tomorrow night earlier. So if you're new to the community and you do crafts and you want to come up, all you have to do is download Zoom iCloud meeting or whatever. You can go on the phone. You don't have to show your face. You can turn your camera around, just show your craft. It would be great to have you on. So think about that if you want to come on and craft with us before we go over the true crime tomorrow. I will also have another volume of the phone calls uploaded in the afternoon. That would be volume 5 of 8. So those will be out. And I thank you all, and I thank you, Criminy, for your super chats to try to get my attention. I appreciate that. Everybody have a great night. To get what, honey? Quaaludes? Okay. But I love you all. God bless. Prayers for you guys. Thank you, Just Pepper, everybody. Prayers for everybody, whatever you're going through, all of us, let's just hope everybody gets help with whatever they need. And be kind, be good, and I'll see you guys. Thank you, Criminy, for doing that. I didn't know what I heard that. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I'm like, that's crazy. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks so much for doing this. I found it so interesting and have felt welcome on your channel. Oh, Petunia, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're welcome. Everybody should feel welcome. We're a welcoming community. And if you do any crafting or anything, you want to come up on Friday before we do the true crime, come on up with us. Okay? All right, everybody. Wait. We got to do the word puzzle. Oh, my gosh, you guys. We have to do the word puzzle. We can't forget the daily puzzle. We almost forgot it. We've got to get our mind in a different space, right? Thanks, hi, 61. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. Get off here. We're doing the daily. No, we want to do our daily puzzle. No, get out of here. She goes to... Hey, Val. Okay, let's see. What do we got? 2... We've got 3-letter words here. That's interesting, right? Because we don't really... T-I-O-N. Ovation. Ovation. Ah. And how about tune? Nope. Oh boy. Let's see. We did 2. You don't want us to do that, huh? Tin, the Tin Man. Oh, I've heard a funny joke the other day. The guy said, I really loved the movie The Wizard of Oz. And he said, I've just wondered how, anyone could, the Scarecrow, I like the Scarecrow, but I wondered how anybody could talk without a brain. I didn't think anybody could talk without a brain. He goes, and that's until I found Facebook. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, Nova. Right? What did you guys say? Tanton, not. Yeah, not. Just Pepper, we got that. Let's switch it around. Oh, oat. Gotta have oat. Oh, bat, probably, right? That and that. Isn't that fun? It's just a stupid little funny thing, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, vein, yeah. Vein, and I tried tune, yeah, petunia. It didn't work. Tune didn't work. I don't know why. I thought it was going to work. It didn't work. You want to hear another story? This guy said of YouTube. Yeah. I'll put the time and the link. I'm going to try to do it. Yeah, it'll definitely be up there in Criminy. Definitely. We want to hear another funny story from this guy. He said he went to interview at a hospital for the mentally ill, right? And he was talking to the director there, and he said to the director, "How do you know somebody's mentally ill?" And he said, "Well, there's a number of tests we do, but you know what? Oh, come over here. I'll show you one of the tests that we do." So he said there was a room, and there was a little bathroom, and so he filled up all the water in the tub, and then he put down 3 items. One was a tablespoon, one was a cup, and another one was a bucket. And he said to him, "Okay, so now if I asked you what you would use to empty the tub, what would you pick?" So the guy says, "Of course," I said, "the bucket." And he goes, "Well, see, you're wrong, because any sane person would pull the plug." So yeah, and then he told the funny one about Neil Armstrong. He said that, when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, that everybody remembers, his words as he stepped off there, right? One step for, I was too young to remember this, but this guy that was telling this, remember this, in the giant leap for mankind, right? One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And he goes, but very few remember when he was getting back on to the, to go back home, that he said, "Good luck, Mr. Gorski." And he goes, nobody really questioned him much about that, and it really didn't get out there, "Good luck, Mr. Gorski." So they said years later they were interviewing him, and they asked him, "Why did you say 'Good luck, Mr. Gorski'?" And he goes, "Well, I didn't want to say anything, but Mr. Gorski has since passed on." Yeah, but there's not another N. Yeah, I tried to do that, but there's not another N. Onion, is that there? Onion? No, but there's not another N. We need 2 N's. Van might be. Yeah, Van is a good one. So just listen to this, okay? Wait, hold on 1 second. So he goes, "Well, now that he's passed on, I'll tell you the story." He goes, "I used to live next to these people when I was a little boy." This is Neil Armstrong, allegedly. the Gorskys. And my friend and I were playing catch, in the lawn. And the baseball, the softball, whatever it was, one kid threw it too far and it went over into the Gorskys' yard. So Neil Armstrong went over to the Gorskys' house, and when he was going to retrieve the ball, he heard Mrs. Gorsky yelling at Mr. Gorsky, "Stop asking me to have sex. I'm not having sex with you anymore unless that kid," she said, "unless that kid next door, don't look for me to do it anymore unless that kid next door lands on the moon." And so that's why he said, "Good luck, Mr. Gorsky." It was funnier the way he told it. I messed that up. But anyway. Let's see. Now I'll go back to this. I'm sorry. So we have what could this be? I-N. Let's see. Not we have. Nat was not there. It's usually there. Nat's not there. Oh, I know. It's got to be knit, right? There, we got that one. Then this one, tan, tin. This has got to be a T word. So it's got to be... ton. It's got to be ton, right? Got to be ton. Okay. Then we've got van, vat. This has to begin with V. So... VIN, it's not like a VIN number. On. Let's see. Van we have. VIN. It's not Finn. Via. There we go. Oh, you got it too, Dank. Hey there, Dank's coming in there with that. Okay. Now we just got these 4-letter words. And just if you're new at playing this, it goes in alphabetical order. So it kind of gives you noon. No, but we don't have another N. I know. I wish we had another N. Everybody thinks we have 2 N's, including myself. Vino. No, it's not going to be vino because it goes in alphabetical order, and this is the last word. Good guess there. Let's see. N. Nova. Okay. What do you guys got? Onto? That's got to be there. Yeah, whoever got that, that's good. Let me see. That's got to be there. Newt? I don't know. Let's see. Tune was not there. So now we know everything is going to be, nothing. Okay, listen, the last 4-letter words are not going to begin with O, T, because it goes in alphabetical order, right? So forget the O and T to start the next word. The word has to start with an I. Forget the V too. Has to start with an I, N, or an A. Anti. It's got to be anti, right? No. That was a good one, but it's not. Anon. That's probably it. Anon. No, we don't have another N. Oh, come on. Avon. No. Let's see. Anti. I thought it was going to be anti. Iota. Yeah, I think that's it. That's one of them. Very good. Who got that? High 61. Okay. One more. So now this next one is only going to start with an I or an A. That's it. About Ivan. No. Iota. Oh, we just did iota. What am I talking about? My gosh. And what do you have? Into? Ah, you got it, I think. There, we did it. Hey, Bink, we did it. We did it, you guys. Bink, we're having a craft night tomorrow night before the true crime. Bring out your crafts. All right. Everybody, I love you guys. God bless. Be good. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long here tonight. Appreciate that. Thank you to all our new people. We're happy you're here. Don't break up with us or we'll have issues. 5, 4, 3, 2. No. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Love you, and we'll go over the others. We'll go over more stuff tomorrow after craft night. But do we do more than just that here? Maybe we'll even have a movie night tomorrow. Hi, Pencilla. How are you? Okay. All right, everybody. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Stay warm if you're in New York. I'm freezing. My feet are freezing. Okay, I've got to figure out how to get me off this crazy thing here. Crazy thing. How do I get out of here? Okay. Okay. There we go. Love you too.